Feliz mitad de semana. Oigan, estoy muy emocionado hoy, entonces probablemente voy a ser cagante, más de lo normal. Yo sé, todos ustedes están pensando, ¿cómo, güey? Más de lo normal ya es suficiente. Bueno, tal vez un poco más de lo normal, así que solamente tengo que darles ese warning. Porque todo está muy divertido ahorita, honestamente. Es como ya les vale verga a estos cracks, a estos genios, hacerles lo mismo una y otra vez a todos y que todo el mundo sigue en la misma pendeja y cayendo en todas las cosas, ¿no? Es brutal, brutal. Y te hace entender un poco exactamente cómo funciona este juego. Para los que no sepan de qué estoy hablando, el dólar va a explotar, carnales. No dejan de hablar de eso. Es que vamos a imprimir tanto dinero y el dólar se va a ir a cero y no sé qué. Este es otro de esos momentos de acumulación. Si tienes tu moneda en contra del dólar está fuerte, donde quieres acumular y pasarlo a dólares. Y tienes que pensar en esto, ¿no? Porque si el dólar va a explotar, recuerda, no te están diciendo que tu moneda va a explotar, ¿no? ¿Están de acuerdo? No, tu moneda está muy fuerte, tu moneda no va a explotar, va a ser el dólar. Si todo el sistema financiero mundial el día de hoy está basado en el dólar y tu moneda no y el dólar explota, ¿qué le va a pasar a tu moneda? Es como cuando en el ciclo de Bitcoin, si siguen Bitcoin y cripto, tienes la gran caída de Bitcoin. ¿Qué le pasa a todas las altcoins? Porque todas las altcoins son las otras monedas. Güey, se van a cero. Entonces, yo estaría aterrado si fuera ustedes de eso. Simplemente lo que es, y el dólar no tiene como una... Esto es lo que he aprendido estos años, porque es un trade muy difícil. Pero si lo ves de esta forma, se vuelve mucho más sencillo. Cada que el dólar está muy abajo en tu moneda, quieres cambiar la mayor cantidad de cash posible a dólar. Cash posible. No, si tienes la oportunidad de invertir en otras cosas, simplemente invierte en otras cosas. Te da entonces completamente igual el dólar. Probablemente en empresas americanas, porque cotizan en dólares y ese proxy es mucho mejor que cualquier otra cosa. Pero ese es como el truco de las monedas. Pero me mama esto, porque todo el mundo le dan un dato, ¿no? Un dato pendejo de gobierno completamente hecho por ellos que ustedes no tienen manera alguna de confirmar. Ninguno, ¿no? No, es que el CPI vino muy abajo el mes pasado, güey, entonces probablemente no vayan a subir intereses. Y hoy, ¿no? Viene el dato de inflación del productor y sale 0.1% más arriba. No, güey, ahora van a tener que subir intereses. La inflación no para, güey. ¿No? Tengo una buena cosa que les voy a enseñar ahorita, que nos va a dar un poco de perspectiva en dónde estamos parados en el ciclo. Les voy a contar exactamente lo que está a punto de pasar, que es un poco lo que habíamos visto en el video pasado. ¿Por qué se está repitiendo el 2023? Les voy a enseñar eso. Y también las consecuencias a lo que esto nos puede llevar y por qué tengo cierto tipo de escenarios puestos en frente de mí de cómo van. Pero voy a empezar con esto. Tengo que empezar con esto a huevo. Cuando nosotros vemos que hay inflación, es que, perdón, tengo que usar esto porque la inflación que existe el día de hoy es la cosa más falsa que he visto en toda mi puta vida. La inflación ocurre cuando todos tenemos demasiado dinero porque imprimieron demasiado dinero y tenemos tanto dinero que queremos comprar las mismas cantidades de cosas, pero como hay tanto dinero, pues güey, le tienes que subir de precio porque la demanda está con todo y la oferta pues sigue siendo la misma. ¿Cuándo suben los precios de las casas? Y esto es algo que no quiero que pierdan jamás de la cabeza, porque si tienes muchos titulitos, ¿no? Y tienes diplomas, se te pierde todo en la teoría en vez de en la realidad. Lo único que tienes que pensar es en esto. Si hay 100 coches a la venta, ¿no? Y tienes 50 compradores, solamente 50, ¿le puedes subir el precio a algo? No, lo tienes que bajar, porque no los vas a vender todos. Si tienes 100 coches a la venta y tienes 1 millón de compradores, le puedes subir el precio al coche. Tengo que exagerar el ejemplo, ¿ok? Es como normalmente funciona lo que ustedes conocen como inflación. No hay otra cosa en este planeta que importe. No importa lo que te hayan contado o los secretos que hayas leído en algún libro. Simplemente es oferta y demanda. Cualquier otra cosa fuera de eso, cualquier otra cosa fuera de eso, es crear una ilusión. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, es que, güey, a ver, el precio del productor está subiendo, pendejo. Que no entiendes simple economía, güey. Si el precio del productor está subiendo, tienes que subirle el precio a tu producto. Pero si no tienes compradores. Y si no tienes compradores, crack. La razón por la que les están diciendo, y les voy a enseñar ahorita lo pendejos que somos. La razón por la que les están diciendo que la inflación está subiendo en este momento, ¿no? La razón por la que te dan este dato del productor. Me encanta, porque los datos solamente lo único que hacen es mantener a todos flip-flopeando en opinión, en vez de voltear a ver la realidad, ¿no? Esa es la idea general de esto. Que te digan una semana, güey, es que el dato bajó, por eso la bolsa subió. Y ahora el dato subió, entonces la bolsa tiene que bajar. En vez de hacer esas estupideces y creer estas cosas, simplemente voltea a ver lo que está ocurriendo. Por eso les están dando estos datos que un mes salen bien, el próximo salen mal. Porque recuerda, no los puedes verificar, pendejo. Esto es lo más impresionante de todo esto. No los puedes verificar. Cuando te dicen un año después, no, güey, es que Biden quitó 800,000 trabajos de los que había dicho que existían. Es un pinche mentiroso, güey, manipuló los datos. ¿Cómo es que ninguno de ustedes, cracks de mierda que estudió todo esto, economía y finanzas y están brutalmente envueltos en leer artículos, no vio que eso estaba pasando? ¿Por qué les tuvo que decir el mismo gobierno que, güey, nos equivocamos en este dato? Tienes que ser un puto animal para creer estas cosas en el 2026. Te intentaron abrir los ojos ya con un chingo de cosas, güey, pero nada funciona. Ahí les va esta pendejada. Esta es una de las estupideces más grandes del planeta, porque no tiene explicación. No la tiene, ¿ok? Tesla le acaba de subir el precio a las Cybertrucks, ¿ok? De 69,000 la mediana, ¿no? La barata mediana a 75,000. Pongamos de 70 a 75. Y la más cara no la más cara, la Cyberbeast, no la subieron de precio, sigue $99,000. Y la mediana, básicamente la de abajo del Cyberbeast, cuesta de 80,000 a 85,000. Contesten rápidamente, ¿por qué le subieron el precio a la camioneta? Güey, lo que pasa es que la demanda está totalmente brutal, está destruyendo y pues, güey, no deja de vender porque la economía está muy fuerte. Bien, excelente. 8,473 Cybertrucks fueron registrados en Estados Unidos en la primera mitad del 2026. 8,473, 8,500. Abajo de las 12,800 que hicimos el año pasado. Déjenme lo repito una vez más. Estás vendiendo una tercera parte menos de lo que vendías tu producto antes. ¿Por qué vergas le subes el precio? Güey, no estoy vendiendo nada en mi tienda, ya sé lo que voy a hacer. Le voy a subir a todo el precio. ¿Pueden entender lo pendejos que somos? Esto está pasando con todo, ¿eh? Por si no creen que todos trabajan juntos, todas las empresas públicas, porque le pertenecen a un fondo gigantesco de dinero, que son un grupo de personas nada más. Esto es lo que les están haciendo a todos ustedes psicológicamente. Donde todos ustedes, en este momento, cuando hablan de economía, güey, la economía está muy fuerte, brother. En lo que no te alcanza para nada, pendejo. Y siguen subiendo precios a cosas que no tienen demanda. Eso no tiene sentido alguno. ¿Por qué hacen esto? Psicológicamente te van a hacer pensar que esto nunca va a bajar para que lo tiren todo. ¿Cuándo lo tiran todo? Lo que te están haciendo pensar, y ahorita vamos a entrar ya, Bitcoin, todo esto. Lo que te están haciendo pensar es que la inflación continúa subiendo. La inflación no puede seguir subiendo si no hay dinero. Punto. No tienes que ser un crack, un genio, un dios de las finanzas y la economía. Ahora, leíste el librito y te lo aprendiste de memoria, pues, güey, tienes que ver solamente lo que dice el puto librito y no puedes salirte de ello. Pero si ustedes tienen la ventaja de que no fueron a la escuela y no se memorizaron el pendejo librito de mierda, puedes ver todo fuera de él y decir, pero, pues, güey, ¿por qué siguen subiendo entonces los precios si no hay demanda? Exactamente, güey. No tiene sentido alguno. Lo están haciendo todas, y ahora todos ustedes van a decir, no, es que el Alejandro es un conspiranoico, güey, se volvió loco. Ahora que le gusta vivir la vida y vivir de vacaciones, está loco, güey. No le gusta trabajar todo el día como a nosotros y perseguir cosas que nunca vamos a poder tener en la historia, güey. ¿Puedes creer lo loco que está ese pendejo que le gusta vivir de vacaciones y no hacer ni vergas? ¡Ja! Todas estas empresas trabajan juntas, todas, así como los tweets de Trump efectivamente están hechos para que te equivoques, pendejo, y no te está ayudando en absolutamente nada y aún así les quieren cobrar, ¿no? Porque ni siquiera sacó el servicio, pero sí les dijeron que les iban a cobrar por los tweets de Trump y todos indignados. ¿Puedes creer que vayan a hacer insider trading y cobrar por los tweets de Trump? Me imagino que has hecho una fortuna siguiéndolo, porque si funcionara tendrías que ser un mega pendejo para no usarlos. Pero bueno, todos estos monstruos trabajan juntos, son unos putos cracks de mierda porque eres un pendejo y soy un pendejo y caemos en esto y caímos por mucho tiempo en esto. Y están subiendo el precio de las cosas aunque no haya demanda. Esto no es inflación. La gente debería estar emputadísima e indignadísima con todos estos güeyes. Pero te dan un dato que es el precio del productor subió, güey. Te lo digo, sube tus precios, tu negocio va a vender más. Tiene sentido, ¿no? De acuerdo a la lógica que estás usando con esto, no tiene sentido alguno, animal. No tiene sentido alguno. Ok, la razón por la que te hacen pensar esto, de que todo va a continuar subiendo y que la inflación va a continuar subiendo, es porque van a subir intereses, porque, güey, la economía está tan fuerte que tienen que subir intereses. ¿Te suena que eso tiene alguna puta madre de lógica? No. La razón por qué es porque cuando te hacen ver para arriba, ¿a dónde van los intereses después este año? ¿A dónde estás volteando a ver que van los intereses este año? ¿Para arriba? Ok, cuando estás en el tope de algo y te hacen ver para arriba, ¿qué sigue? En realidad estás en el fondo. Ese es el problema. El problema es que nos confunden demasiado con los intereses y el juego de la deuda, porque es muy sencilla, pero para la mente normal y para la mente del economista pitero de que existe promedio, esto también les rompe la cabeza y no pueden entenderlo. El bono a larga duración en Estados Unidos estás en bajos de 20 años. Sale Ray Dalio y te dices, no compres bonos, güey. Imagínate esto, Bitcoin está en $60,000, ¿no? Y salgo yo y te digo, güey, no compres, va a bajar a 45,000. ¿Y qué pasó? ¡Pum! Te da el putazo para arriba. Ahorita vamos a entrar en eso, ¿no? Para la gente que todavía lo cree o no lo cree, da igual. El bono a 10 años, 20 años, 30 años, están en bajos de 20 años, que no veías hace 20 años. Y te está saliendo a decir Ray Dalio, que es, güey, Ray Dalio te ama. Por eso te digo que te salieras del mercado y todo, cuando todo subió como 40%. Y ahora viene Ray Dalio y te dice, güey, tienes que vender esto, tienes que vender los bonos, güey, están muy bajos. Van a bajar más. Gracias, Mr. Ray Dalio. Y ahora te ponen a todos estos bola de pendejos que de nuevo se aprendieron algo que viene en un libro y no lo entienden. Güey, ¿puedes creer que Scott Bessent está a punto de destruir el dólar y deberíamos de poner todo nuestro dinero en el oro y la verga y el dólar se va a ir a cero? Y no puede ser, güey, porque ahora van a subir intereses. Lo que no quieren que entiendas es que el bono, el valor de los bonos va a explotar al alza. Va a ser lo que Bitcoin está haciendo ahorita. Y eso es lo que nadie quiere comprender. Cuando te hacen y te ponen un objetivo, ya estando en un tope, el tope de los intereses está aquí arriba y te están diciendo, güey, va a subir. Tienes que ver para arriba. Ve, subió el dato del PCE 0.1%. Por ende, todos habíamos ya dicho que no iban a subir los intereses, pero por este gran dato que nos acaba de dar el gobierno, que ellos mismos crearon, definitivamente van a subir los intereses. ¿Por qué subieron los intereses para empezar en el 2022? Porque había una alta demanda de todo y la economía estaba fortísima porque todo el mundo tenía un chingo de dinero. ¿Suena al mismo caso en este momento? No. Y ahora que tienes lo contrario, mis hermanos de Cristo, lo que tienes que entender es que cuando bajan intereses, es lo más bajista, los intereses bajan, es lo más bajista que existe para las bolsas y para todo para todo, porque estás en un escenario deflacionario. Cuando subes los intereses es porque todo el mundo está vendiendo un chingo. Cuando los bajas es porque nadie está comprando nada. Y todos ustedes lo ven al revés porque vieron el 2020 y dicen, güey, bajaron los intereses, ve cómo subió todo. Sí, pero también crearon una crisis gigantesca en lo que fue 2 meses para poder rebotar y darte todo este dinero. ¿Ok? Ahora, este año, comparado con el 2023, porque estamos viviéndolo, es la explosión del dólar. El dólar va a acabar. Tío, en el 2027, en enero del 2027, va a haber una alta demanda por deuda americana, una alta demanda por bonos a corto plazo, mediano plazo y largo plazo. Es una alta demanda por dólares. ¿Puedes entender la contradicción en la que vive todo el mundo en este momento? Porque ya me siento loco y les voy a decir esto. Así me sentí cuando en California, y esto duró años, pasaban una ley tras otra ley que nosotros votábamos y era de, güey, queremos más vagabundos en la calle. Sí, a huevo, pasemos la ley. Y tú, ok, bueno, entonces tal vez la gente quiera más vagabundos. Güey, ¿podemos hacer que los vagabundos puedan cometer crímenes y que no pase nada? No, 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 espérate, ¿cómo? Sí, hay que pasarla y la pasan. Y decía, cabrón, ¿qué están haciendo? Estamos destruyendo California. Güey, ¿sabes qué estaría cabrón? Ahorita lo están agarrando estos vagabundos que están cometiendo crímenes porque los están atrapando cuando están vendiendo las cosas robadas. ¿Podemos quitar que la gente necesite permiso para vender cosas y así puedan vender las cosas robadas? Sí, a huevo. Y yo decía, cabrón, estamos locos, güey. A la verga estamos locos. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Lo hicimos, ¿no? Suena loco. Y yo le decía a la gente, cabrones, y luego también, ¿no? La policía, tenemos que deshacernos de la policía. Ahora que tienes el crimen en altos históricos, sí, que se vayan a la verga, güey. Bueno, deshazte de la policía. Y me acuerdo perfecto, yo platicaba con Farshad, le decía, güey, es que esto es un problema gigantesco, no sé qué. A todos mis amigos les valió verga. Hasta que empezaron los vagabundos fuera de su casa a quedarse a dormir ahí y les robaban todas las cosas. Ahí ya les importó. No cuando todos ellos mismos votaron por esto, ya les importó cuando estaba el problema en su casa. ¿Saben cuándo se dio cuenta la gente públicamente? Y esto es un momento que tengo grabado en la cabeza. Salgo de un restaurante a fumar juca y en el estacionamiento, los estacionamientos son como de muchísimos negocios que puedes ver literalmente uno tras otro. Y hay un vagabundo con una llave de esas que son cuatro así, ¿no? Una llave y le está pegando un coche en el cofre. Y sale el dueño del coche y le dice, y le grita al vagabundo, güey, ¿qué estás haciendo? Y el vagabundo lo voltea a ver así con la cara toda, porque estaba claramente pasado en una megadroga. Y le dice, ¿y qué vas a hacer? ¿Llamar a la policía? Y le seguía pegando a su coche en lo que le decía, llama a la policía. El vagabundo tenía razón, güey. Porque nos llevaron a ese extremo, ¿ok? Y pasaron todas estas leyes y nadie se dio cuenta, nadie, hasta que te diste cuenta ya que el vagabundo está destruyendo tu coche. Eso es lo que está pasando en este momento con el dólar. Y es difícil, sé, me han escuchado una y otra vez decir esto, ¿no? Y dicen, oh, güey, pero es que llevas años diciendo esto, bla, bla, bla. Sí, Michael Berry se tardó 2 años en ese pinche gran corto que le hizo miles de millones de dólares en entender lo que les estoy diciendo, ¿ok? Y la idea es, de nuevo, no compres dólares para tener solamente el trade de la historia. El trade de la historia está en la bolsa. El trade de la historia está en Bitcoin. El trade de la historia está en criptos. El trade de la historia está en cualquier otra cosa, no en Forex, pendejos. Eso es solamente para proteger tu capital, tu cash, tu liquidez. Cuando está muy barato el dólar, lo compras. Eso es toda la idea. Se tiene que decir porque mucha gente no le cabe en la cabeza. ¿Cómo nos comparamos con el 2023 en este momento? Güey, y voy a usar mi acordeón acá que lo hice en Discord, se los dejé a todos ustedes. Las similitudes de esto, ¿ok? Tuvimos en el 2023, en marzo del 2023, la crisis bancaria y la impresión de dinero, donde todo el mundo decía, ¿es QE o no es QE? Y se estaban peleando todos los grandes economistas potentísimos, ¿no? Que mis respetos a todos ellos. Estamos en eso mismo. No, y lo que te dice qué es lo que se repite es el comportamiento del humano y los eventos repitiéndose. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que buscan, la repetición del humano, porque el humano no se da cuenta. Recuerda, La vida es muy sencilla. Cuando la cagas en algo y no aprendes tu propia lección, se repite esa lección. ¿Ok? Esa lección se sigue repitiendo hasta que la aprendas y te dejan pasar. Como la mujer que dice, ¿por qué sigo saliendo con el mismo güey tóxico de mierda? Y la ves salir con otro güey que tiene todas las mismas cualidades que el último güey, que fue un güey tóxico de mierda. Y dices, esta pendeja nunca va a aprender, hace eso 19 veces y eventualmente le da oportunidad a otro güey que es completamente diferente y ¡ah! ¿Adivina qué? Se acabó ese problema. Es lo mismo aquí. Entonces, esto lo siguen usando en contra de todos ustedes porque todos siguen cayendo en lo mismo, todos. Entonces, les hacen el mismo truco, ¿no? ¿Es QE o no es QE lo que está a punto de hacer Scott Bessent? Y esto es lo que va a pasar o no va a pasar. Estamos ahí. Esto pasó en el 2023 con la explosión de los bancos, ¿ok? Lo mismo pasaba. Los bonos en el 2023 empezaban a repuntar a la alza, los de larga duración, 20, 30 y 10 años. Empezaban a repuntar. Los bonos de dólares a ese punto, el 2023 repuntaron, llegando a tope en octubre, que gracias a Dios tuvimos el nuevo estacionamiento que se creó en Gaza y con eso misteriosamente bajaron. Bien. Ray Dalio salió en el 2023 en la crisis del banco y también cuando fue el tope de los bonos literalmente en octubre del 2023 a decirte que no compraras bonos, ya lo hizo aquí también, ¿ok? Y eso se los digo, es como el equivalente ahorita a salir en Bitcoin en $57,000. Güey, no compres Bitcoin, que es una estupidez, porque quieres comprar en niveles bajos y empezar a crear un escenario en tu cabeza. ¿Hasta dónde quiero comprar estas cosas? ¿No? Pero Ray Dalio simplemente te dice que no los compres porque se van a ir a cero. Porque tristemente solamente va a haber la demanda más grande de bonos, de compra de bonos de toda la historia en el 2027. Y no es que se les estén adelantando, no, se van a esperar a 2027, al 1 de enero, para ellos comprarlos porque tienen mucho respeto por ti y tu inteligencia. Esto de que es QE o no es QE del 2023 es idéntico. Cuando te preguntas si es QE o no es QE, y esto lo aprendí a putazos, es QE. Da igual, tiene el resultado de ello. ¿Cuál es el resultado de ello? Bitcoin sube como su putísima madre. ¿Ok? La gente empieza a darse cuenta que el sector cripto es donde van a atorar toda la deuda de Estados Unidos, pero todavía no entiende las cosas, todavía no entiende. Se empiezan a dar cuenta que estas leyes que hemos pasado de vagabundos van a tener problemas, pero todavía no entienden a qué nivel. Hasta que vean al güey pegándole al coche diciendo, ¿qué vas a hacer? ¿Llamar a la policía? ¿Ok? Y la otra cosa que me encanta, y aquí los voy a dejar con una intriga. Otra cosa que me encanta en todo esto es, la gente se está peleando agresivamente, agresivamente. ¿A qué es el fondo o no es el fondo? Todo el mundo ya empieza a defenderse. No, es que yo no les había dicho que compraran en 45. Yo les había dicho que yo ya estaba en una posición en long y no sé qué. Y todo el mundo cagándose en gente y cagándose en los otros. Hasta a mí vienen a cagarse del 2024, o sea, del 2022. Siguen 4 años después. Esa mentalidad es cuando ya se les fue el tren a todos en esto. ¿Ok? Eso para mí es Bitcoin, es lo que estamos viendo. Hay cracks tan grandes que dicen que Bitcoin va a caer y que están en corto, pero también compraron el fondo. Si me siguen en X saben perfectamente de lo que estoy hablando. Güey, la gente enloquecida es un patrón reconocible de ciclo. Y estás en la parte de la incredulidad, ¿cómo se dice en español? Ah, incredulidad, disbelief. Cuando la gente no puede aceptar lo que pasó y se les fue. Quiero que entiendan algo para todos nosotros, porque esto se está saliendo de control de cómo la gente está haciendo a todos ustedes, distorsionándoles su realidad. El escenario es, si ahorita sube, qué chingón, ¿no? El escenario, el que aquí, en este canal, estamos listos para, es, se cae todo esto, y y si llega a bajar 12, 15% más, nos da igual. Yo todavía tengo que alocar 10%, no he comprado ninguno de los boomer stocks ni nada. Me encantaría estar 100% alocado, nunca lo he logrado. Ese sería mi goal. ¿Creo que eso va a ocurrir? No. A este punto no. Porque ya la otra cosa que tiene que ver mentalmente hablando, todo el mundo ignora el patrón del ciclo de 4 años, y ahorita vamos a hablar de esto, porque el ciclo de 4 años de Bitcoin efectivamente nos confirmó esto. No lo es. No lo es, no es un ciclo de Bitcoin, es un ciclo de tendencias de liquidez. Ciclo liquidez. Ahorita se los voy a enseñar. Vamos a ver si lo tengo acá. No lo tengo acá. Lo hubiera buscado antes. Lo que habíamos hablado es, vamos a ver si esto es un ciclo de 4 años o es un ciclo de liquidez. ¿Por qué un ciclo de liquidez? Porque es de política monetaria, está amarrado a esto. Cada 4 años, en los últimos 4 años, en los últimos 8 años, el 2018 subimos intereses, el 2022 subimos intereses. ¿Y eso qué ocurre? Al principio tira los precios de todo. ¿Qué tan fuerte suben los intereses es lo que determina qué tan fuerte cae todo? Cuando subimos los intereses fortísimo en el 2022, todo cayó un chingo y tuvimos uno de los mercados bajistas más culeros de la historia, aunque nadie se acuerde. En el 2018 subimos los intereses poquito. Entonces el mercado cayó y se ajustó poquito, relativamente hablando. En el 2028, 26, este año, no hemos subido los intereses. Y esta es la primera vez que estás viendo que el ciclo de Bitcoin se rompe. No es el ciclo de Bitcoin, es un ciclo de liquidez. ¿Ok? La otra cosa es, y vean, simplemente analicen el comportamiento de la gente. Esto es lo divertido. Todo el mundo dijo, no, güey, el ciclo de 4 años me lo paso por los huevos. Lo expuse aquí todos los putos días. ¿Por cuánto tiempo? Y aún así, gente aquí mismo se lo pasaba por los huevos, que está perfecto, no tiene nada de malo. Y llegas a un punto donde por fin algo se rompe en ese ciclo. El comportamiento. Ahorita todo el mundo, ya que en la primera bajada, güey, este no es el fondo, cabrón, no lo compres. No, cómo no, vete a chingar a tu puta madre. Pum, para arriba. Luego vuelve a bajar. Este no es el fondo, cabrones. No, cómo no, vete a chingar a tu puta madre. Ok, pum, para arriba. Digo, para arriba y luego para abajo. Güey, este no es el fondo, no lo compres. ¿Cómo que puta madre? No, cabrón, pum, pum, para arriba y luego para abajo otra vez. Y ahora que es el fondo, creo, me volteo y les digo, este es el fondo. ¿Cómo va a ser el fondo, pendejo? Es el ciclo de 4 años. Y la gente se está aventando en X unas chaquetas mentales deliciosas, ¿no? Donde, por supuesto, no solamente vendieron el tope, le hicieron corto, vienen hasta abajo, compraron el fondo, aunque siguen siendo bajistas, le están haciendo corto a Bitcoin ahorita, pero son bajistas. Y están quejándose si alguien les dice, güey, yo solamente compré Bitcoin. La pelea en sí, la mentalidad de toda esta gente retrasada mental es el problema. No es el problema, es el indicador. ¿Ok? Hay algo aquí que tenemos todos que estar listos. Y este es el escenario todavía en mi cabeza que me sigue haciendo así. Porque nunca hemos visto lo que estamos viviendo ahorita. Y esta es otra cosa también que me mama de los conspiranoicos. Güey, es que la Agenda 2030 y están cambiando el sistema monetario. Está enfrente de ti lo que están haciendo con el nuevo sistema monetario. Es simplemente un dólar digital. Un dólar que cada emisión de él incluye meterle deuda por el culo, que ya existe. ¿Ok? Y aún así no lo entienden. ¿Cuál es el problema con esto? El problema con esto es que va a haber una fortaleza del dólar y una demanda por bonos gigantesca. Y esto es lo que va de la mano con lo que les había dicho. En el 2006 tuvimos un tope del bono de 30 años, donde lo tenemos ahorita. Cayó hasta por ahí de julio, agosto del 2017. Y 3 meses después fue el tope del mercado y de ahí se cayó por 2 años. Sigo pensando que ese es el escenario más natural de todo esto. Completamente. Completamente. Porque, güey, no puedes, por más que sea un QE muy fuerte y todas estas cosas, no puedes hacer que los intereses bajen o nunca ha pasado. Es aquí donde no sé. Y cuando digo no sé, quiero que entiendan esto. yo sí veo a cripto dando un repunte bastante para arriba, sea altos históricos, corto eso, un poco más arriba, me da igual. Yo sí veo a cripto ahí. Lo que no entiendo es, por más que estemos metiendo todo en cripto, el sistema monetario, si cripto va a aguantar arriba o si va a caer con todo lo demás, porque cripto es el más alto riesgo multiplicado por no sé cuánto. Y esto va a incluir al oro y va a incluir todo. Esto es lo que no sé. No sé. Lo que sí sé es que las acciones tienen que, mínimo las acciones van a caer con un chingo de fuerza eh, probablemente el próximo año, una vez que esto esté ocurriendo. Lo que yo no sé a este punto es si cripto lo va a hacer o no. Hasta ahorita, lo único que están haciéndome ver para arriba, donde entiendo que hay un fondo, o bueno, un tope, es en los intereses, que es no compres bonos ahorita que están abajo. Yo sigo con mi plan tal cual en todo esto. Y ahora, si ustedes tienen miedo y ustedes creen, ¿sabes qué, güey? Es el ciclo de 4 años, va a seguir. Lo leí con este crack que lee muchos libros de economía y tiene un diploma en su casa. Me dijo, puedes vender ahorita, estás en ganancias gigantescas, carnal. Gigantescas. Lo veo en mi cuenta de banco. Estoy seguro que tú también lo puedes ver en tu cuenta de banco. Si tuviste la idea de voy a comprar igual que este pendejo. Y ahorita puedes salir encantado de la vida y decir, ¿sabes qué? Es el ciclo de 4 años, estoy contento, todo, pero ahora, aquí tienes esta decisión y está en ti, ¿no? Para que no vengas después y decir, no, güey, pero tú te quedaste. Bien, entonces le vas a copiar a un pendejo que no sabe lo que está hablando y que ni siquiera sabe hacer nada. Ponte las pilas, carnal. Haz lo que te dé en tu corazoncito, lo que tenga más razón. No, muchos de ustedes me escriben a preguntarme si está bien que vendan. Güey, haz lo que se te hinchen los huevos, toma tú tu decisión. Lo que están buscando es tirar la culpa a alguien más si se equivocan. No, tomen ustedes su propia decisión. Lo que yo veo es lo que les estoy contando. No tenemos un ciclo de 4 años, tenemos un ciclo de liquidez. Bitcoin parece seguir esos ciclos de liquidez, de política monetaria real, no lo que te dice la Reserva Federal. Y simplemente tenemos que esperar a ver qué verga sigue. Y para mí es fácil navegar esto, porque lo único que tengo que hacer es ver a la chusma cómo se comporta y se comporta igual en la misma forma porque no puede salir de los mismos pedos. Y ahí es donde yo estoy al pendiente. Entonces, por ahorita, todo el mundo ya se volvió un experto en el ciclo de 4 años y va a haber otra bajada. Y esta, ahora sí, no se tenía que comportar como en ese ciclo. Entonces, ahorita sí es el pump de agosto. Es el pump de agosto. Sí, sí, sí. Bitcoin está consolidando en un downtrend por primera vez en su historia en estos ciclos. Pero sí, sí, sí. Ya es lo mismito de siempre. Ya eres un experto en el ciclo de 4 años. Bien, déjenme equivocarme, ¿no? Que entonces yo ya compré lo de abajo, me da igual. Strategy, $83, se los marqué aquí. Es la única que les comparto porque se las puse en X cuando les había dicho que ya no iba a compartir más, ¿no? ¿Nos da igual o no? Hagan lo que ustedes gusten en este momento, pero vean lo que está ocurriendo. Vean la promesa de que el dólar va a colapsar y vean que no hay promesa de que tu moneda, que está directamente amarrada al dólar, va a colapsar. Y pregúntate por qué. ¿Por qué solamente va a colapsar Bitcoin, pero no todas las altcoins en el sistema monetario? Y si quieren estar al día con eso, lo que puedo hacer por ustedes es mantenerlos al día aquí en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es completamente gratis, cabrones. Está aquí abajo en la descripción del video de YouTube. Güey, quiero meterme, pero no lo encuentro, brother. ¿Puedes poner el enlace, por favor? No, el enlace está en el video de YouTube. Ve a YouTube y escribe Alejandro Salomón y ve el último en vivo y ahí está el enlace. Y ahí puedes meterte y leer todas mis estupideces. Les dejo los gráficos, todo lo que está ocurriendo, pensamientos en Solana, y todo, básicamente todo lo que llevamos al día. Aquí comparto todo eso. Y solamente es para agregar a tu análisis, no para que me copies. No tiene sentido copiarle a un pendejo. Recuérdalo, recuérdalo. Así como diario me vienen a recordar que soy un pendejo, es cierto. No les estoy negando eso, es cierto, soy un pendejo. Ustedes saben todo mejor que yo. Pero aquí están mis ideas. También acá tienen trades de Alex, tienen trades de Farhan, y tienen también todo, porque ellos hablan, les ponen trades ahí, ¿no? Eso es lo que ellos principalmente hacen, no les dicen las estupideces que yo de macro y todo esto. Así que todavía más sencillo. La cosa es, para mucha gente que no entiende las abreviaciones que usan, aquí tenemos criptolingüe, está en inglés y en español para que lo puedan entender bien lo que significa lo que están diciendo. Eso es bastante importante para ustedes aprender. Lo que voy a hacer es en chinga, vamos a regalar $1,600 para tradear acá con BLOFIN a los miembros del Elite Trading Academy. Todavía no hay tanta gente tradeando, ¿eh? Se los digo, no hay... cabrón, espérame, voy a darle una refrescada a esto, que se me apagó los botones. Ahí está. No hay tanta gente tradeando como se imaginarían todavía, ¿eh? Esto es bastante buena señal. Vamos con el primer premio de $200 acá, a ver quién se lo lleva. Yo, por si ven a alguien repetido, por eso se los digo, porque normalmente los mismos ganan todas las semanas. Y ahorita les voy a decir si quieren tradear aquí, cómo lo pueden hacer para participar en estas cosas. JH, felicidades hermano, creo que nunca habías ganado. Así que bien, empezamos a ver nuevas caras en estos sorteos. Vamos por estos $400. Vamos a ver. Por estos $400. ¿Quién se los va a llevar? Y esto lo hacemos cada en vivo, para que no, por si se lo preguntan. Y las reglas están, ahorita les voy a enseñar exactamente dónde. B3, me parece que ganaste la semana pasada, si no estoy equivocado. Digo, el lunes, la semana pasada, el lunes. Felicidades, mi estimado, y vamos a ver quién se lleva estos 1,000 poderosos dólares para tradear en este momento con BLOFIN, damas y caballeros. Nuestro ganador de $1,000 y los va a usar para comprar algo que está en inflación, que no tiene demanda alguna, ¿no? BZ, no había visto el cocodrilito, así que felicidades, mi hermano. Oye, bueno, empezamos a ver nuevas caras por aquí, me da gusto. Es una buena señal. Es una señal también que algunos de ustedes entenderán lo que significa y algunos tal vez no, y sigan en completo enojo. Si quieren poder tradear con nosotros en BLOFIN y participar en eso, lo único que tienen que hacer es vengan a nuestro sitio web, déjame lo pongo en español, brother. Acá de Elite Trading Academy. El enlace a esto está directo aquí abajo, en la descripción. A cómo tradear en BLOFIN. Te vas a meter acá en tutos, cómo tradear en BLOFIN, y ahí tienes un video de 15 minutitos, cabrón. Y en este video te explico cómo usar el exchange por completo, todo por si no sabes, ya te sabes cómo hacer trading y todo eso. Y aquí abajo tienes el enlace directo para entrar a BLOFIN y crear una cuenta. Solamente creando una cuenta con este enlace participas en todas estas estupideces que estamos haciendo. Y aquí están todas las reglas del sorteo y todo esto explicadito ahí abajo también, por cualquier cosa. Esto está en los enlaces de abajo. Si no te importa hacer trading, no te interesa nada de esto, lo único que recomiendo es que aprendas a leer tablas, tío, porque si no estás a manos y disposición de gente que lee tablas de Yahoo Finance, CNBC, en CNN, que no tiene sentido alguno. Y ellos son los que se tragan toda la narrativa porque les pueden enseñar una tabla de acuerdo a la narrativa y ellos no entienden lo que les están enseñando. Entonces, acá, tíos, tenemos un curso que se llama De Cero a Trader. Esto te va a dar todas las bases para que puedas entender una tabla. De literalmente no saber nada, que es como yo empecé. No entendía nada, compré cursos y todos los putos cursos empezaron a hablarme como si fuera un ingeniero en tablas, ¿no? Aquí es de, güey, ¿quieres saber hasta qué programa usar y todo eso para empezar? Está aquí. Por solo $29.99. La mejor forma de aprender es ver eso y luego ven a ver estos en vivos que son gratis lunes, miércoles y viernes. Todas las putas semanas, todos los putos de las semanas del año, ¿no? Y ahí te van a surgir preguntas. Uno, ¿quieres hacerlo gratis? Googlea tu pregunta. Google, güey, ¿cómo puedo entender esto? Si lo quieres seguir gratis, es la forma más barata de usarlo, ¿no? No gano nada extra diciéndote esto, pero quiero que aprendas. La otra es, tenemos esto de paquete de sesiones de trading en vivo. Tenemos 160 horas de clases privadas con la comunidad acá, que hacemos cada 2 jueves. El jueves pasado tuvimos una, este jueves no hay clase, mañana no hay clase, y el próximo jueves habrá. Tienes 160 horas de esas. Tiene de videos. Tienes literalmente tienes otros videos ahí que explican cómo usar apalancamiento, cómo pongo mis líneas en la tabla y por qué, cómo leer volatilidad y otras cosas. Y también tienes para entrar a todos estos en vivos y preguntar, güey, puedes checar el precio de esto, etcétera. Pero lo más importante es esas preguntas que tendrías después de ver el curso y de aprender, las puedes hacer ahí. Los jueves en la clase solamente nos dedicamos a contestar esas preguntas de técnica. Entonces, con eso deberías de quedar listo. También tenemos alertas de trading, pero si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no las compres. No estoy buscando hacerme rico con $29, brother, y dividirlo entre 3. Te lo juro por mi vida, no va a cambiar mi vida. No me interesa. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, ninguna alerta en ningún lugar te va a funcionar. Te lo juro por mi vida. Entonces, mejor aprende primero qué es lo que estás haciendo. Y es todo. Vamos a ver qué exactamente está pasando en el mundo de cripto, que nos den Alex y Farhan un buen análisis y a darle para adelante, damas y caballeros. Good morning, boys.
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Yo, yo, yo. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday indeed. How you doing?
Doing not too bad. How about yourself?
Good. Good. Just excited for something to happen on this crypto bullshit.
Oh yeah, same. Something actionable actually, rather
Just
than
holding a nice little range. The one thing I do love is how mad and angry everyone is on X, no matter what, like what you believe. Like if you believe it's going to $45,000, you're fucking furious. And if you think it's going to go higher, you're furious at the people at the $45,000 view. And that happened in 2022 after the bottom.
and I agree with you. You know, it's getting crazy when all of CT starts gangbanging the hot crypto girl for being stupid.
But by the way, it's like Michael Saylor, right? Michael Saylor is one of the stupidest people in the world that uses big words. And only people notice that at the bottom, right? Not at the top. He's a fucking genius. And then you're listening to a girl that has no fucking, like you listen to her talk for 2 seconds and you're like, there's no way anyone on earth believes that this person knows what she's talking about. But look, you have nice tits and like a decent face. That's enough, right? And people won't believe that you're an idiot until you're at the bottom and you fucked it up. And then, and then people are like, I can't believe she's not that smart. Really? Wow.
So you're just figuring it out.
Those changes in behavior tell you a lot because that doesn't happen. Before there, like when there's more downside, like these fights. Yeah.
Isn't she the one that was sucking up to Sam Bankman-Fried?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know anything. She's just everywhere right now. But this is what they did, and this is to me like I learned from my own mistakes because I was on that camp, right? On the it's going to go down more to $12,000 in the last cycle, and I still have people reminding me that today. It's been 4 years. 4 years, boys. And I still get messages, why am I going to listen to you 4 years ago? You got fucking this wrong. And I remember my behavior and I remember like the fights and I remember this. And behavior is everything because this is a mental game. Now, let me ask you something, boys, before you get started, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Tesla has raised the price on the Cybertruck on the bottom tiers by $5,000 on each. They've raised the price. Normally, and this is what I've encountered in the past, you raise the price when demand is high, right? Like a lot of people want your shit, so you need to raise the prices. But demand fell a full third from year to year. Can you guys please explain to me why this inflation keeps raising prices when there's no demand? Because I've never seen that.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, they're obviously getting in front of the tariff price hikes that are incoming.
Oh, I see.
But if no one's buying your stuff, no one already at the price that you have it, and you raise the price and you're already seeing a decline in sales, can you really raise the price?
No.
Exactly. Right? Right? And this is the inflation that people don't understand. It's not happening. And the other thing is, and this is one thing that I say just to close this, when we are at an all-time high, and the chart looks super bullish and it's like mega ready to continue to burst up. And there's all of us, we're at $126,000 Bitcoin. And everyone is like, dude, at least 130, 140, 150, at least. When they make you look up, that's the top. When you're at the bottom and it's like, dude, it looks super bearish. It looks the shittiest it's ever looked. Everything is pointing down. And then people are like, well, it's going to go lower. It's the bottom, right?
Yep.
So on interest rates, just think about it like this. Interest rates right now are on the highest levels that they've been in 20 years. And they're telling people they're going to continue to go up. And people are saying interest rates have to go up. Do you understand what happens next?
Oh, boy. feel like they have to go down.
Yeah. And when interest rates come down, that's not good, but we'll enjoy that when that happens. So there you have it. That's just the two things I wanted to share with you guys, because it's fucking funny as fuck seeing everyone just running with their heads cut off because they just give them fake data, and everyone's like going from one side to the other, running like chickens without a head. It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, and really the shift is important because that's what makes money, is being early in the shift and being able to identify it perfectly. Okay, and if unless you're on CT, CR, then definitely not okay. But it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong, and that's what a lot of people don't understand in trading. The market allows you to flip flop if you just interpret it as face value, not thinking at it, not being a dweeb, thinking about it too hard. Like really, Bitcoin is telling us a story, and that story is actually, in my opinion, resulting into a potential bullish breakout at late September, mid September. Now, what has been occurring though, because you're absolutely right. I mean, people are now getting angry. People are now insulting bears. People are insulting bulls. It's a bull bear battle. But really, in all honesty, there's people angry about anyone who shorted down here. And really, that made sense going short down here, in my opinion. But what doesn't make sense is to keep getting shorts. Notice that after we got stopped out at 65.8, haven't really posted too many shorts on Bitcoin, because really what you're noticing now is, and I'll go to lower time frame and higher time frame because I think it's really relevant today. What is like the daily doing? Well, really, I mean, since the breakout, you're just in an uptrend. I mean, you're literally consistently making higher lows off your daily 5. It's the definition of bullish. So there's no reason to be shorting here at all. And you can even see that, maybe potential evening star that printed is nothing more than a trap and a daily higher low brewing. This is important because last stream we were talking about really the idea that, well, maybe if Solana got a trend shift already, which it did, and something like ETH got a trend shift already, which it did on the macro, the monthly, maybe then something like a Bitcoin is just simply lagging. And so I'm still running with that idea. You notice that you almost got the trend shift. No trend shift under $83,000. Bitcoin made a high of 81,200. So really, I mean, you just need to get up maybe $1,700 more from that high, and you've gotten a macro trend shift on the monthly, i.e., dismantling the bear market idea. We'll go to the daily. We're just still stuck in a range. And so what do we have now? Well, we have a range. 76K is solid support. You've only gotten one retest since the breakout on Friday. And that retest is what took you up over 3%. We can just measure that from 76 all the way up. You're able to produce a almost 7% gain from that really spot. And is it wise to go bear now? No. And that's why my line in the sand is still 76K. That's where you'll properly get a pullback. Until then, you're just range bound. You're just like here, where you're going to be making these highs. Bitcoin can go up to 80. It can go up around 80 again, come down to 76. And notice if it holds 76, you slingshot all the way up into the 82, 83s. So, I mean, you could argue that already attempted to do it here. But again, really, the idea now, which is something we talked about on Monday's stream, is maybe, just maybe, bulls have a free move. In theory, free move until the monthly trend shift. Until you can actually take out these highs here, Bitcoin could just be baiting shorts until that actually occurs. Doesn't that make sense? If we're really gearing up now, going to like a higher time frame, like let's say a 5-day at just, well, first example, right? Wouldn't it make sense that into the next 5-day, maybe into the new bi-weekly, going into the new month, you would see potentially a pullback on Bitcoin? And now when you have sentiment so angry with bears, it does seem pretty prime to get a pullback, in my opinion. Now, that pullback isn't going to be I don't believe, too strong to the downside. But in my opinion, a proper pullback from here would be a monthly trend shift. And then into September, you do start moving down towards 69K. And that just will simply test your 5-day EMA9. That is literally the setup that is called for if you are looking for a bull market type of price activity, meaning you will just consolidate off the 5-day 9 before breaking out if we're truly entering into a bull market. can see here, don't even have to relate here. This is when we were already confirming, well, macro trend has shifted. Let's go to like the midst of it when it was just starting, kind of where we're at now. So trend shift occurred, breakout. Let me delete that. And again, what was the opportunity zone in this environment? It was the 5-day 5 and the 5-day 9. And that continued. And these are 5-day candles. So you have to think of it as like that's a pretty long range and well respected. Like off of a 5-day setup that took you up 23%. Well, Alex, you were talking about the 5-day 9. Absolutely right. That still took you up 7%. Or yes, that did end up going for a 5-day higher low, came down right on that 34, and then busted right back up. You notice, so the keyword's trending. So in trending markets, you always get some kind of move back to your 5-day 5, if not the 9. That's important because at this current point, no one wants to short and everyone's making fun of bears. I am in the camp that we are going to get a pullback here soon. It could probably come within the next 2 days. Once, or better yet said, after the 2 days goes and the 5-day closes, most likely results into a throwback. At minimum, you could get a move up to 72K and really at maximum all the way down to 69,000. That is at current market price, a pullback of about, at minimum, 8%, maximum 12%. And this is engineered to make it so it's not ever going to pull back. So when we do end up getting a pullback, everyone becomes bearish. Everyone talks about the macro and really potentially bear market, where that's the opportunity zone.
Well, just think all the bears right now would come out banging their chest with a Bitcoin at 69. We told you, and then they don't buy anything, and then he goes up again.
Exactly. And if that occurs, this would set up super well for bulls to break out and like go up all the way up, in my opinion, at minimum to around that 95K, possibly all the way up to 100K. And this move down, so many will be focused on shorting it. I don't believe many will be focused on longing it once we actually get that. Now, there's maximum confirmation of this. Getting out of the 5-day now, we can go even higher, right? A weekly. It makes sense. The 5-day and the weekly will correlate. There's only 2-day difference with it. 6, 7, yeah, only 2-day difference. But, right, you even have your weekly 9 and even 21 pretty near the same zone. Let's not forget the weekly 21, the entire bear market, was a major rejection spot. You could even say that the major rejection occurred once you deviated the 21 here. You just literally deviated it and it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks down only. Why would we not look at that as an SR potential while also being at a previous cycle high? Again, perfectly okay to be bearish. Perfectly okay when you were down here. Tight stop losses, trend down, SMA 200 on weekly taken out. Volatility setups on the daily contracted for over a month, was potentially brewing a move. But this is where it's playing into the idea it's not okay to stay wrong. And in my opinion, the shift has already occurred where this is going to allow you to enter. And there are other setups. I'll go to the biweekly, which already gives us 100% confirmations of this idea. So I don't even need to be sitting by myself thinking, maybe this isn't smart. Maybe I do need to short. Maybe I need to not buy. No. There already are things confirming in 4 days, which are going to tell us the bottom is potentially in on Bitcoin. Something we haven't really been able to say with certainty, but just with hopefulness, in my opinion. But in my opinion, we are about to confirm a bottom in as little as 4 days, and that will really confirm into September. But look at this. I mean, still we're at resistance. You got the wick high. If Bitcoin then lost 76K, that's my criteria for a deeper pullback. And right, that could come in the form of like 73, maybe all the way down to that 70 to 69K. Only way to not get a pullback here. It's not a reclaim of the weekly 100, not a reclaim of the 2-day SMA 200, which I'll show that right now. It's just simply get back above 86K. So you could argue that is what the criteria is, but 86,000 is a better example. And let's talk about this 2-day really fast, because the 2-day actually guided us on when to know if the bear market was in or not. Remember when we came down to here, we had the monthly 9 at 100K. We had the 2-day SMA 200 around 98K. So we were able to confidently say that once that 2-day lost SMA 200, Bitcoin was in a bear market, which was proper and accurate in November, and that is literally what took us on a multi-month downtrend. So I'd argue once you get back above the 2-day SMA 200, aka $86,000, that's when all pullback ideas dismantle. That's when Bitcoin literally will just go up only. And we've seen actually major expansion phases off of the 2-day SMA 200. Go to occurred here. Let's just measure that. So we went literally up, no pullback. SMA 200 got reclaimed. And then look what occurred. You went up literally 20% off the reclaim. You never got a proper pullback to it. It just made, higher lows, most likely on a weekly, and then broke out. And that was it. That was the bull market. We can keep going. You finally got the retest on this low. I remember this was the low that, we wanted Bitcoin to go to 69. We were watching maybe a weekly volatility setup firing off. I do remember this ended up flipping back in favor of bulls, taking us to a new high. But, right, the 2-day SMA 200 still guided you. Before any pullback, you went up 13%. The full length, really, you went all the way up 42%. And because this moved up with price. So 34% full length from open to close. So, right, we don't need to guess. Like, okay, are we in an environment where we're probably not going to get any pullbacks? No, we are going to get pullbacks still. Absolutely. Even the 2-day is geared up for an SR, in my opinion. And this is important because it tells me that, maybe we are just going to keep going up this month. Then maybe into September, it's going to be shorts. We're going to get a dramatic 10% drop, very predictable, retest around 70s to 69K. Where then if you're not fully ready for that, you're going to be too short and you're going to cause a major squeeze. And at minimum, Bitcoin at this point, in my opinion, at minimum to 71K, Bitcoin can move up to 86. And it's just moving averages, the ranges, right? It's a 19% range possibly opening up. While 2-day volatility has basically played the length of this 2-day volatility setup, no signs of this contracting, but hey, a 10, 12% pullback would mean this potentially starts resetting again. So we're understanding that, right? Daily's in a range. 2-day confirms when we can go up only, literally up only in price. And we're not there yet. We're actually caught anything visually. So again, maybe the 2-day trend shifts. Maybe you reach the 83, 84. But until you get the reclaim, until you actually hold it, there's not going to be any hopium of a busting action move to 100K. And I'm a simple man. You just look at this range, and it worked out beautifully. It held the 86K, and from there you busted up to the hundreds. So very simple. Still solid resistance. This doesn't need to take us to a new low. That's a trap. This resistance can just take us to a higher low, or then this will be the major opportunity going into the new year. This doesn't have to play out into next month. We bust up into October. It literally could mean all of September you move down. That'll be good enough to get everyone bearish again, IMO. And then all of October you consolidate. And all of November you start slowly pushing up. Maybe December you get back above 86K. Into the new year you break out to maybe 100K. Can't call a new high quite yet, but maybe 100K. Maybe actually towards this breakdown zone to 109. Now we can keep going. We talked about the daily, the 5-day, now the 2-day, because the 2-day at least will guide me when I hear people say we're not ever going to get a pullback. Well, it still actually seems quite primed for a pullback. That pullback will ultimately be a bear trap. Just remember, the weekly always, there's never, ever, 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 ever been a time ever in Bitcoin's history where your weekly EMA 5 and or 9, depending on if you want to be super aggressive or not, in this example, the 9 really never not gets tested, honestly. There's never not been a time where this doesn't get tested, ever. You either test it, lose it, chop, or you test it, hold it, break out. So I'm a simple man. If we're actually bottomed and Bitcoin's bullish, then we are going to break out it and move up again. Now it's not a guessing game, it's a waiting game. And even the daily is saying, still, this isn't a short zone. I'm not saying this to short all the way down at all. I'm not even going to give a short probably for that play, in my opinion, because the aggressive short rule is off now, and that's aggressive on my opinion. If you're trying to catch a pullback, scenario. Let me short this, stop here. Let's catch a move to 69. Man, if only it was that easy. What most likely occurs is a daily uptrend. Higher low off the 5, shallow, higher low, but hey, higher low, breakout, finally trend shift. And then the flavor of this bear market has been minimal, either higher highs or lower lows. And then you immediately go in for the mean reversion. So in this case, it would be minimal, higher high, and then it can immediately go in for the higher low. And again, we can't act like that characteristic hasn't happened. It's literally been happening. It'll literally be a higher high, immediately tries to go in for a higher low, doesn't hold. And honestly, better example on the weekly. Look at it. Tries to go in for a higher high, can't hold the throwback, dumps. Tries to go in for a higher high, can't throw the pullback, the throwback, dumps. Better example here. Ever so slightly took out that high, higher high. Immediately once that was done, it came in for a pullback. Here in the bull market, let's actually see. Came in for a slightly higher high. This is actually a better example than all the ones I just showed. Slightly higher high, immediately came in for a pullback. Now, did that hold? No, but this still was the characteristics of the last bull market, in my opinion. It'll take out the highs and then immediately go in for a higher low. Right? Took out the highs, immediately came in for a higher low, took out the highs of here, came in for a higher low, took out the highs, came in for a higher low, questionable, but it was. Right? Made the high, took it out, came in for a higher low, came up, took it out of this high, came in for a higher low, right? And it's not concrete, it's not, okay, definite, but it's just, we absolutely can go in, take out the monthly lower high, and then go in for a monthly higher low. And we can keep going. And something I want to talk about is that daily silver cross, because the last time we had a big rally up to the 80s was off the back of the daily silver cross, just so everyone's aware. Right? So we're talking a lot about 83s, the monthly, blah, blah, blah. But that was like the last monthly lower high was daily silver cross, just so everyone's aware. That major move up we made was just solely the daily silver cross. The daily silver cross occurred, and then you notice that Bitcoin actually trailed its 9 and 21 the entire way up, all the way up to 83K. I find that interesting because the silver cross just occurred. Let's see. So yeah, it just occurred, honestly. And have you had any kind of move to the daily silver cross retest? Nope, you have not. And so that plays into the idea that, yeah, maybe Bitcoin is in a range. 76,000 is support. Well, Alex, what do you mean? Daily 9's at 75. Can definitely keep moving up, match around 76. Maybe that's a spring. We don't know. That could be a spring zone. That's your first daily silver cross retest. And that is potentially what leads to the maybe macro trend shift. To me, it'll be so easy, so juicy, so beautiful if Bitcoin can actually get the trend shift before the pullback. Because what's going to be really predatory is if we get a 10, 12% pullback, even if it overshoots 69K but never closes under it, what's going to then happen is you're going to have a lot of bears talk about the macro lower high. That's just what's going to be the trap. I don't want that to happen because they're absolutely right. It could definitely lower high here. How terrible if this then made a new low and then went up? I don't think so. How many fractals have we seen showing this already on CR? How terrible would it be if this happened? Probably is not going to happen. But hey, right? I'm just showing you what people are going to say if we don't take this high up. This will make the environment into next month 20 times more easier for us, just so everyone's aware. If it doesn't, going for the pullback first and we lose 76K, that's okay. There's many things still pointing to us that Bitcoin is actually grinding a bottom, even if, let's say, macro trend is lagging. And that's really the bi-weekly now. We've talked about the daily, the 2-day, right? The daily's in a range. The 2-day is what's going to help us using the SMA 200 at 86K, knowing if we're going to get up only or not. We're not yet. The weekly is guiding us on at least a pullback simply to the 9. Never has been a bull market or even a mean reversion uptrend without a weekly 9 tested. And then lastly, the bi-weekly is what's actually giving me full-on confidence now, full-on confidence that the bottom is potentially in. And again, this isn't a guessing game. Well, Alex, weren't you just bearish all of this moment? Absolutely. I was absolutely bearish, and that was correct. You were, well, it wasn't accurate. You broke out, but it was still to the book okay. You were still producing lower highs. But what did we always mention? Something we identified in this chop, and this is why even if Bitcoin's chopping for multiple weeks, doing absolutely nothing but just literally, it's more entertaining watching paint dry or even watching golf. I mean, fuck, it was boring. But during this time is actually the most important times, because even with me watching Bitcoin my entire life, we actually identified something quite important in this chop. And this is why if you're signing off, only coming in the good times, you're just a tourist, and that's okay. You're on vacation. You get out and you come in on the good times, but you're truly here. These times are when you can actually fine tune your system, and or the point is actually get a better understanding on Bitcoin. So what we actually interpreted here was really the biweekly has a very interesting dynamic with the silver crosses, honestly. Let's see here, 55, 921. We'll throw the 5 on. It is relevant. And so we know every bear market, Bitcoin gives a silver cross to the downside on the biweekly. So that's the first point. Every bear market, we get a biweekly silver cross. It just depends on, does the biweekly silver cross take Bitcoin to new lows? If it does, generally the next leg down after the silver cross, so here's the silver cross, here's the low, the bottom might be in. No, it rejected that silver cross biweekly 9, made a new low. Once that new low was in after the silver cross, the bottom was in. You just confirmed it on the biweekly 9 and 5 reclaiming. That's 2 to 3 closures above. Not here. This is chop now after trend is going up after we're busting. Here was the telling factor. Silver cross, low, reclaim. Bottom was in. Because I have people mentioning this. This isn't relevant to what I'm mentioning. This is after the reclaim occurred. So it's immediately after a silver cross. Do you reclaim the 5 and the 9, or do you reject? Here you rejected it. It took you to a low. That's proper silver cross characteristic. But what we noticed was in 2018, 2019 actually was the only outlier, honestly, the only one that didn't do it. What did it not do? Well, it just simply didn't make a new low. You crossed here, but it didn't make a new low on Bitcoin. Okay. And so what did I just say? After the silver cross, if the 5 and 9 get reclaimed, not here, but cross occurs, once the 5 and the 9 gets reclaimed, the bottom is in. Okay, yeah, that was true. The bottom was quite literally in, and even on this blackest of black swans, very black here, it never even took out the low. Okay, so that's still 100% working out. It just didn't make a new low. So actually, here's the outlier. No silver cross did occur, but no new low. Here's another one, 2015. Okay, another bear market, right? Got a silver cross down. And what you're going to notice is, let's see here. So silver cross down. Maybe this is, so silver cross down. Okay, yeah, so that confused me. It maybe just dismantled everything I said, but no, it did not. Took me a minute there, hearing the in my head. No, what's actually occurring here was you did not get confirmation. That's the key. Confirmation, 2 to 3 closures. Silver cross occurred. Okay, you rejected your 21, so it's still rejecting. It did not hold the 9 and the 5. What about here? But did it get a retest? No, it did not. Actually, it did not retest. The first retest lost it, and then Bitcoin made a new low. After that low was in, okay, now stay with me. After the low was in, silver cross worked out, 21 rejected. You then went to the 5 and the 9, and it held. The 5 and the 9 held it. It held the throwback, and the bottom was in. Man, that was almost a bugger. Glad it's not Monday, or I would have said, yeah, that didn't work out. But no, the throwback is the key here. The closings, 2 to 3. You didn't actually hold it. Well, what about here? This wasn't a silver cross. It was after. That's the point. And I'm only saying the counters because I just want everyone to fully understand where my confidence is coming in actually in September, honestly. And it's just based on the setup, really. We now see every single time the biweekly tests the 5 and the 9 after the bottom's in. Every single time. There's actually never been a time I just showed where that doesn't happen. Literally, here it happens. My computer wants to be fast. Here it happened. Here it happened. Interesting. And even on the blackest of swans, the blackiest of them, maybe that's a bad word to say, I don't know. Whatever, the blackest swan never even took the low out, i.e. that dynamic still played out well and was well respected, i.e. if you just had the same idea, you would have actually been able to buy the dip here with full confidence. And that's nice, honestly, because if you zoom out on all of these that I'm showing you, so let's see, here's one, here's another one, and here's another one. What are you noticing on all of these? Well, if you were a buyer, and understand it's like 2015, like if you were a buyer at any of these moments, are you late or are you early? Let me delete. So here's 1, 2, boom, here. Out of all these scenarios, are you considered early or late in the bull market? Well, this was pretty early, no? I mean, like, yeah, you didn't actually get the bottom, like, damn, 155, but hey, you were able to buy it 300. And that was before Bitcoin went all the way up to 1,200. And obviously didn't stop there, went all the way up to like 19K. But hey, your $300 buys are looking pretty good when Bitcoin hits 19K. Fuck, I wish I bought that 150 bottom. Man, I should just sign off and go fuck myself. Or you just lock in, buy at 300 and play the whole bull market. Okay. Man, I didn't catch the $3,000 bottom. Fuck. But I was able to buy at 8,000. And now my $8,000 buy looks absolutely sexy when Bitcoin's at 60K. So that wasn't even considered early. And technically, flip-flopping now in these regions are the accurate way to do it, honestly. We're not saying here we'll confirm the bottom and you miss out on all this move. No, it's like before Bitcoin does its busting action moves, you can actually position. And then, well, that was, well, I guess I can look at 2015 too. Maybe that's already what I looked at. I already looked at 2015. And then, yeah, we already looked here, 2019. And then lastly here. It's like, yeah, didn't buy 15K, but you could have bought at 21, 22. And I don't think you were upset if you bought Bitcoin at 21, 22 and it went all the way up to $126,000. My God. So the point I'm trying to bring home is the biweekly should be guiding you with absolute confidence. All you need to do as a bull is hold 4 days. Now, where can this absolutely diminish entirely for bulls? Well, if you're front running this idea, you don't have a closing basis yet. No trigger, no trade. All I'm showing you is the potential. 4 days, and we can actually maybe start talking about the bottom is in actually on Bitcoin. Before, what could actually tell you the bottom is in? I mean, maybe the weekly SMA 200 reclaiming, but that, if you backtest it yourself, doesn't have a really big hit rate, honestly, like what I just showed on the biweekly. Meaning there's not definite moves off of a reclaim of that. You can lose it and reclaim it. So I think honestly, it's the biweekly can guide us. 4 days says, yeah, just hold this zone. All Bitcoin has to do is literally hold above 69K, just needs to not dump 12% in 4 days, and you will literally start confirming a bottom. So that's a good sign, honestly. I could even go deeper into it, and you can just something for your own time if you're really, really focused on the biweekly, which I think all of us watching this stream should be focused on the biweekly, because when we do get that major 12, 13% pullback, like we always do every single time, we know now that's not the spot to be aggressively shorting Bitcoin. It definitely wasn't the spot here in 2023. That was the spot to be aggressively longing Bitcoin. So now we know that we can filter out the noise. I was going to say a point. Oh, right. And so the easy perspective now is, well, how do we get confirmation, real confirmation? Okay, we know the closings are important. There's the bottom. When do we know we actually start busting up on the biweekly? We know a biweekly volatility setup is contracted. We've been here before. We also know that really the biweekly likes to fire off these volatility setups in a bull market, meaning you've had more fire off in a bull market up, right? They fired off more up. So statistically, it likes to fire off up. Crazy. But really, it's also once the bottom is in, once the biweekly 5 and 9 is reclaimed, really Bitcoin will then get a biweekly silver cross to the upside. And once that occurs, it does just mean Bitcoin starts massively moving up. Here's the 9 to 21 crossing. Here was your silver cross. Now it got very, very, very weak off of the blackest swan here in 2020. But hey, bi-weekly silver cross is what actually started to move Bitcoin up massively. At that point, you can see that you popped up massively, came down, and then really still never uncrossed. And you can see that's what started the busting action price, busting action move all the way up to like 69K. Here as well, right? We understand, okay, cool, Alex, the silver cross down, the reclaim, the bottom. But when can we actually move up? When can we get the busting action price move up? And yeah, we see here the bi-weekly silver cross occurred up. And what was a simple thing to be gauging that in the bull market? Your bi-weekly silver cross retests. How crazy. On a first retest gave you 90% move up. Pretty insane, honestly. Did the silver cross diminish here? When I remember we were here, people were considering maybe a top was formed. Maybe the weekly volatility was firing off. I will show that here. Well, bi-weekly wasn't. Maybe the weekly was. I remember this zone. Here, remember, we were calling for lower based on this setup. It never occurred. You came down to 49K and got the bottom. Then that weekly volatility got in favor of bulls and then broke us out, right? I remember this zone. Me and Farhana were trading here. We were able to catch all of this move, notice the bounce. We're able to cut all shorts here, and then we went up. But the bi-weekly was actually guiding you. And so you see here, this still was a silver cross retest that took you up. And you can see the entire bull market actually literally was just silver cross retest all the way up to new highs. Literally, if you just had a trading system, trade only off a bi-weekly silver cross, you would literally make a lot of money, honestly. Not financial advice, but as you can see here, history shown, that's literally quite a good thing to occur with Bitcoin. Even here, you lose the 21, you reclaim it, silver cross still activated, and you go up to a new high. Why am I mentioning this now? Well, you actually see the 9 is shifting up. This is eventually, so maybe in the next 3 candles, maybe into middle of September, maybe end of September. I don't know the temporalities of it, honestly. But what I can say is maybe probably into September, this will cross. And then you'll get into a potential crossing formation, which every single time that you start potentially crossing, it just leads to a silver cross after. And once a silver cross occurs, first point, very easy to position in a bull market. You just play the silver cross. Second point is generally when Bitcoin starts busting. So I think the only one we didn't see was 2015. Let's see real fast. Because I want harmony, correlation. I want this to make sense because was able to really not buy any Bitcoin at the low, but that doesn't mean I'm a loser and I should just sign off and put my head in the sand and wait for the next bear market to buy the lows. Absolutely not. It's really like there are things now that are going to make you quite confident in your buys and even able to avoid a chop zone. Okay, here you have the 9 to 21 cross. The silver cross then occurs, and look what literally could guide you the entire bull market. Bi-weekly silver cross. Wow, look at this. It held, broke out. Wow, it held the 21, broke out. Notice how it doesn't really uncross until Bitcoin starts chopping and going down. It's like here, and then the bottom was in. So, like, really, this is a great perspective. Honestly, I love the bi-weekly. It's been guiding us, and when we do end up making that major pullback, I will still do this. I will literally go to the bi-weekly and explain why this is probably an opportunity zone. And now the nice part is we're not here. We're not here. And we're not here. Like, we don't need to guess if this is bullish as fuck. Like, honestly, it's like the equivalent. It's like the equivalent of all of this happening here with a previous cycle high. Insane. I don't think we've ever had that before. Let's see. Cycle high, silver cross, bottom, no. Busting action occurs though once the cycle high is reclaimed. Okay, interesting. Okay, cycle high, silver cross confirmed, went up, bottom was in. Okay, yeah, nope, didn't occur. Busting action only occurs once the previous cycle high was in. What I'm watching is, have we ever had a silver cross formation right near a previous cycle high? That's interesting to me. Let's see. So no. Nope, we did not. So that's insane to me, honestly, because what we're seeing now really is potentially Bitcoin's becoming even more easier for us, honestly. Because even okay, if you're not a moving average trader, you don't care about moving averages, perfectly okay, then you care about most likely meme lines. And if you were a meme line trader, you have only one objective, and that's to go long at the previous cycle high. It's actually exactly what occurred here, where you're basically in October 2024. And again, not at all the same kind of policy, environment, but just meme lines. Just focus only on that. Where you did end up reclaiming the cycle high, you did end up holding it. And in doing that, you went into busting action move up 30% in one biweekly candle. That is basically what bulls are looking for in all realness. You have a cycle high, you have resistance, 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 resistance. You have the reclaim, the hold, and then the expansion. So why wouldn't you, as a meme line trader, at minimum, wait for a cycle high to get tested? It visually looks better on like a monthly, right? So you can see monthly bull markets occur above the cycle high. You can see in October 2024, got the reclaim. November, you got the throwback. It held. That was that was literally the opportunity zone. And then Bitcoin went all the way up to 96K. Like, let's measure this out really fast. Like, look at this really quick. Like, just looking at a previous cycle high. Okay, major resistance, chop, reclaimed it. Yeah, maybe I should long the cycle high. We'll actually go to the cycle high. You literally would have been able to print a 44% move in 1 month. So why wouldn't we consider something like that on Bitcoin? What really hindered this move really was losing the cycle high, and that is what capitulated price down. Let's definitely not forget that. We did get the move down and it held in May, but really what capitulated price was the cycle high getting lost, in my opinion. So into September, Bitcoin closes just like this. What are the most bullish bulls waiting for? Well, probably a throwback, right? Minimum to the 9, maximum to the 5. Both are in bullish deviations. So you could afford a move to the monthly 9. And if it holds, well, this is what's most likely going to spark the next leg up. Perspective is key, in my opinion. Many forget about like how much Bitcoin pumped from this point and the psychology behind it. Let me just show you really fast. So we had at this point dumped all the way down 32%. And then at that point, remember the weekly volatility was really looking like it was going to fire off to the downside. 49K held. I believe this is when everyone was saying Trump broke the markets, blah, 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 blah. But then notice here what occurred. Well, you literally had a monumental move up. I mean, this literally from wick low to wick high. What is to closing basis? Went up 29%. Literally did not seem like Bitcoin was at all going to get a pullback. Then it continued to move up. Notice how it reclaimed its cycle high here. And total move length from closing, it went up 43%. Now, just getting back above that cycle high meant two things. Firstly, not a big pullback is going to occur as long as the cycle high does hold, and that was accurate. You opened, and you only made like a 4%, 5% pullback. So questionably big if you want. But did you lose the cycle high? No. And then from there, even if Bitcoin pumped 40% up, you still ended up putting in another 37% green monthly dildo, meaning the move you saw the last 3 months almost got fully like outpaced by 1 month up above the cycle high, meaning you probably should put a lot of weight on a cycle high, probably, in all realness, honestly. Maybe this already was grinding the bottom out. Maybe this is just that typical chop that makes people not want to look at a cycle high because it hasn't been working out. And that's going to be the hindsight 30% green monthly dildo Bitcoin will give us once it retests. So I spent a lot of time talking about the cycle high in correlation to that biweekly silver cross. I think all of this is quite relevant, especially if you're someone really wanting to try to find a good opportunity for Bitcoin. And the opportunity zone does lie around that cycle high. Anyways, without moving averages, confluence of a biweekly silver cross and or volatility, anytime you get a previous cycle high, price gets back above the cycle high, and the cycle high ends up being support. That is the definition of bullish. So you don't need to take my word for it. Let's just see if we actually do grind a major SR at a previous cycle high. And that could mean that Bitcoin, firstly, may not ever test these lows again around 49K. But then also, that could mean that we're not really going to be breaking down past 69K too much anymore. Imagine if Bitcoin finds a bear market low here around like 58, 59K. Imagine Bitcoin ends up reclaiming the cycle high before a bull market starts. What would that mean? Well, maybe you're going to actually get like a $200,000 Bitcoin if you're truly going to enter into a bull market at this current point, which you cannot argue you aren't, because the biweekly volatility setup every single time's fire to the upside has led Bitcoin to a new bull market. Here, here, here. Well, is it going to do it here? We don't know. Biweekly is on the cusp of firing off, maybe into September, October. So do I have FOMO here? No. Am I really looking to short Bitcoin? No. And let's go back to the daily now, right? We can still see the dailies grinding out some kind of higher low. Oh no, we have a major red dildo. Oh man, what are we going to do? Well, probably focus on that daily 5, honestly. No need to complicate things. Imagine logging that daily 5 here. With your eyes closed, you could have made a literal 7% move. Maybe you didn't get too lucky. You could have front ran the daily 5 there. At minimum, this would have literally given you a 4% move. So if you're someone who's trying to make some shekels in this market, watch the daily higher low off the 5. Measured move up to the trend shift could mean Bitcoin still makes about a 7% move from here, or at maximum 76K. You can maybe make, what is that, like a 9%? Like 8%. I don't know, that was inaccurate. 83. Remember the trend shift. Yeah, like 9.3% at 76K. Your line in the sand now is August 23rd's low. Bulls are using that as a stop loss. They're positioning off the daily 5, and they're using this candle as a trap on bears because they know that, yeah, this is going to just give us a higher low after a higher high break. Well, we can keep going. So we talked about the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, the weekly, the bi-weekly. Even the monthly here, I mean, crazy. And by the way, there's never ever really been a time where the bear market still was activated even after the monthly 9 got reclaimed. Bear market, monthly 9 reclaimed, bear market was over. Bear market, monthly 9 reclaimed, bear market over. Well, what about here? Again, we talked about this. The black swan never took the low out, and you can even see the monthly 9 lost one time and then got reclaimed, and then boom, went up. So not really an outlier. Bear market, monthly 9 reclaimed, held, bull market. You can see it didn't even reclaim it here. When it just populated. Let's see. So yeah, bull market was literally from the monthly 9 holding the entire time. Monthly 9 lost, bear market or quotation marks downtrend. Complex pullback, we'll say, as they say on CR. Monthly 9 reclaims, you hold it, oh, boom, bottoms in, bull market begins. So, right, you kind of get my point. There's never been a time where if the monthly 9 reclaims, we're in a bear market. Why is that relevant? Well, closing in 5 days, confluence of that biweekly just needing to close. You can move up to definitely, if as long as you hold above 74,600 and also 69K. Yeah, biweekly and monthly are going to start confirming some bottoming moves here. Now, how simple would it be if we close here? You rally, you dump to just the monthly 9, and then you bounce. I don't think it's going to be that simple. That's why I'd really pay attention to that monthly 5. And the monthly 5 has been like solidly rejecting price. And that is lined up. Let me see what HBDR has to say on the monthly. Well, I guess tested the bottom 38.2%. Slightly concerning, but what I really decipher on this is, man, if we really can get that trend shift on the monthly here, you're going to be back within the blue zone on the 38.2%, something you lost back in October. Just kind of plays into the idea maybe we are actually entering into a bottom formation, maybe even into a bigger range on Bitcoin. Reclaim back up to 38.2%. Where's that median at? Oh, it's all the way at $115,000. Is that right? Yeah, 114,000. Pretty insane, no? It's like once it got back within the blue zone, it did make a move up to the median. Just keep seeing here. Back within the blue zone, went up to the median. Back within the blue zone, went up to the monthly median. Back within the blue zone, went almost up to the monthly median, went down to the blue zone, blue zone, blue zone, blue zone, monthly median. Man, how nice. Bitcoin is really so nice right now. Monthly median, blue zone, monthly median got hit. So it really seems like once that 38.2%, aka the blue zone, gets reclaimed, you just literally move up to the monthly median every single time. So pretty crazy, actually. Because it's like the equivalent of Bitcoin reclaiming the blue zone and starts moving up to the median. It's 41%, i.e. that could be like your biweekly volatility set of firing off to the upside. That's all I have on Bitcoin. So there's very easy ways for us to identify a bottom. We don't need to guess. If you have anyone saying we're going lower, that was accurate 2 weeks ago. It's not accurate now. It doesn't seem like Bitcoin's going lower. You have confluence of maybe going down around maybe to 69K. That's just a previous cycle high. We're going to be paying attention to this quarterly 21. That is also what got lost. But something to note is the quarterly 21 can get lost and then reclaim, and you don't need to immediately test it. You did see that kind of dynamic play out into 2023 where you reclaimed it and you didn't test it. You got near it, but you didn't test it. So yeah, let's see. Anything else I want to mention? Nope. So remember, range bound, watch your daily 5 for a higher low, watch the target around 83K. That'll be honestly the best case scenario for us. If we can actually get the monthly trend shift before September, that just simply will mean it becomes a lot more easier for us to trade Bitcoin in September, be an investor, be an aggressive longer. I am looking really to max long Bitcoin around 69K. I'm solely just going to play what I know has worked, and that is just using the silver cross, using the reclaim of the 5 and the 9, and really watching that to be the footing ground for Bitcoin, maybe before we get expansion. Could even argue something setting up here. If you even move down, you could form maybe the right shoulder. It's kind of bastardized as far as Hano mentions, but could argue it, right? And that's like in the midst of a downtrend, inverse head and shoulders breaks you out. I don't like that too much. I'm not even going to give moves on that. Could even argue a triple bottom, hashtag capo. But in all realness, let's just really focus on the cycle high moving forward. Understand Bitcoin's not moving down past 76K. As long as you hold 76K, we're more deemed to move up to around 83s, 84s. And that means that this is nothing more than a trap on bears. Bears are running with the stop loss at the high of yesterday, meaning if you test this daily 5 and we start moving up, that's the objective, to squeeze out bears. I do believe one last leg up, getting that monthly trend shift could easily result into a deeper pullback. That pullback could easily result into a 10, 12% move, but understand that's going to be an opportunity zone. Didn't even really talk much about the daily. You have literally a daily silver cross. Your daily silver cross retests at 75K. And let's just assume that doesn't hold the daily 9. All right, you literally bigly drop $5,000. You test your 21, and maybe then the silver cross on the daily holds. That just plays into the idea that even if you see Bitcoin drop massively from here, goes down 9%, you're not very concerned unless, right, the bi-weekly does not reclaim the 5 and the 9. It has not confirmed it yet. A terrible thing that could occur is if this just fully sells off. But everything I just showed on the daily, 2-day, and 5-day is telling us that's not that's not more likely to happen at this point. It's more likely to hold this zone for 4 days and keep moving up to the new high. Maybe into the start of September is when Bitcoin will actually get a pullback, though. Don't think that we're not going to get a pullback just because we're moving up. We absolutely 100% will get a pullback. It's just more a matter of when than if. And every single time, it does not matter what happens, anytime Bitcoin expands far from the weekly 5 and 9, it always gets a reconnect. Oh, every single time. So we don't need to guess. We just need to wait. Bitcoin's setting up very nicely for a bottom. And into next month, you're going to have really sentiment shift for me where I'm going to be calling for a bottom. That's when you can start investing very heavily in crypto, I believe, because at least I'll know, well, if this time is different, then the biweekly 9 and 5 are just simply not going to hold. And we are going to actually make a new low. But if it does actually hold, and we can continue to put that into support, as we've seen before, that can be major opportunity zones. Every vertical line was really positioned, not on a bottom, but after the bottom, once you had confirmation of what I'm talking about. Does any of these look like a bad time to be buying or even swing longing Bitcoin? No, this is like beautiful. So we're going to just use that same idea, full on confidence and no FOMO. Not shorting Bitcoin at all. I'm not really looking to play this short unless you lose 76K. There you get a pretty easy setup, and that can just move us down to that 69K. But what did I just say? I'm not really looking too much to be shorting that. I rather want to be stingy on longs. You don't want to be the guy aggressively wanting to short, swipe down, make the money, not long, and then you just get blown out. You can accurately play both sides if you have absolutely no emotion. In all realness, you should be waiting for this kind of setup. This is going to be the most easiest setup because it's all going to be on a daily. As long as the daily holds above the cycle high, this is going to break out. And my next target would be 100K if 69,000 gets tested and holds. Now, I know that was a big Bitcoin outro. but it's relevant. I think it really puts in perspective when maybe up only will occur, when maybe we are going to break out, and what kind of targets we could be getting if Bitcoin is truly going to enter into a bull market. Remember, my minimum is 100K. Beautiful CME perspective. I don't need to talk about Bitcoin anymore. What we can do now is go to tether dominance and see what's changed. Yep, so we're still waiting on this idea. Maybe tether dominance goes down to the 21, but in all reality, you are in a macro trend shift on tether dominance. Now, I look at wicks. It's not accurate. You should be looking at closing bases. This is also the Wild West, and we trade a coin called Bitcoin, made by who knows who made this coin. So wicks work better for me, but closing basis is more accurate. So you're really waiting at this point just to get the close here. For me, this is already trend shifted. You've taken out the last major lower high. And in that case, this is setting up for next month producing a lower high. I believe the lower high could come definitely in the form of like a 7.49%. I don't need to be really guessing that. All I need to know is anytime tether dominance holds a monthly 9 and then loses it and gets a trend shift, generally it should reject its monthly 9. So here you are still producing higher lows, higher high. Here you took out all higher lows. Here Bitcoin, or tether dominance, my apologies, rallied up to the 5 and 9, couldn't reclaim. And that's when tether dominance went on a multi-month downtrend. And by the way, there's not many times where tether dominance isn't a downtrend, just so everyone is aware. Here's another one where trend did shift, and you can see the monthly 9 and 5 took us all the way down. Never got reclaimed. Okay, yeah, you could argue this was the lower low. 5 and 9 rejected for 2 months, got the reclaim, held it, went up, lower high, lost the 5 and 9, came down, chop, maybe a higher low, broke out. So in my opinion, you should be really watching next month for this kind of setup. Now, it doesn't mean that tether dominance is going to just reject 7.49%, but perhaps maybe it'll go all the way up to the monthly 5. And then maybe even Bitcoin will actually get a bounce off its monthly 5. And then that'll be its $69,000 target. But it doesn't matter where. All it matters is you just simply need to close here or lower to confirm this throwback scenario. This will lead to a lower high, and this will lead to new lows on tether dominance. Our next measured move, if you end up taking out 6.65%, would be all the way down. Let's see. Where's the 100? 34 and 100. Let's see. You lose this 34. So if you break 6%, you'll move all the way down to 4.28%. And I have to argue that could potentially just simply be the bull market. Like just going all the way down to here could be the bull market. The yearly on tether dominance, I really wanted to see that shift into an uptrend, and it did not. Yearly has no confirmation. It's still in limbo. And this could now, in all reality, be a lower high. Crazy. We missed it by a ball sack here. Lower high could be forming here. Only way to know that is if you take out this low, 3.76%. That's very relevant because what we're showing on the monthly is if you lose 6%, you aggressively dump to 4.27%. It would not take a lot for tether dominance at that point to take these lows out and actually confirm the yearly into a downtrend, or downtrend on tether dominance, where we wanted an uptrend, maybe even a super bull super cycle every year and so forth. Makes it easier to really gauge the cycle highs. If tether dominance turns into a major downtrend, it's the opposite end. It's like, wow, we really then can really confirm when the bottom's in on Bitcoin and when we're actually going to bigly bust up. It's like if tether dominance is in a downtrend, then that means every lower low break means that probably the bottom is in on Bitcoin, or at least then the top's in on Bitcoin. And then you move up, you form another lower high, and there's your bear market on Bitcoin, and kind of plays into the idea maybe Bitcoin doesn't have major bear markets anymore like what we're used to. If this was the lower high, this will be the objective, which is taking out this lower low. And if it does do that, then that means that we're never going to test this high again. And that means that tether dominance will start a yearly downtrend, which could literally mean that we're maybe never going to test that 58K low on Bitcoin again. Maybe, potentially. And it's the same idea I was saying on the opposite end, which is if this was in a yearly uptrend, maybe we're never going to test that all-time high on Bitcoin. But as you can see, we didn't confirm that. And now it maybe is more likely to shift a lower high and maybe get the lower low break. We won't know until we know. And that's a very interesting perspective to keep with you. It's literally the opposite of what bears wanted. I remember bears needed a trend shift and they didn't get it. They didn't get the higher high break. This is why trend is very important and why front running isn't worth it. Imagine you were front running that. We always said you just got to take this out and yearly will be in an uptrend and didn't. So now you have to shift gears and look at this as price divergence with maybe a lower high. Sometimes the most easiest trades will look like this. You'll get follow through, you'll take the low out, and then it'll confirm it. All I can say is that's tether dominance. The monthly will guide you. That's the easy perspective. Watch for the throwback to the monthly 5, and that most likely results into a move to around 69K on Bitcoin. Let's go to Bitcoin dominance. Let's look at the weekly. So we did actually get the weekly EMA 34 reclaimed. Last time we had this was when Bitcoin actually went on a major move up. You can see the weekly 34 got reclaimed, and that's when we went up to around 61.2%. Now you do see you did reclaim the weekly 34. This has literally been holding down since October. Only time you got back above it was during this mean reversion bounce when Bitcoin went up to 83K, hashtag the monthly lower high. So what you can gather from this is Bitcoin dominance is setting up for a move up to around that 61.2 to 62%, in my opinion. Accurately, it's 61.2 to 61.4%. We can say last time I did this, Bitcoin went up to 83K. So it kind of plays into the idea that maybe you should be focused on that daily higher low play. Maybe you should be focused on maybe Bitcoin actually reaching 83K and trend shifting simply because Bitcoin dominance is in the same exact posturing as it was before when Bitcoin hit 83K. Now, I can say is if Bitcoin dominance holds this region here, you're just simply looking for a throwback still. You want that to produce bullish price structure, and that'll actually produce a higher low to a higher high break. 59.69% literally was the time frame we've been watching this entire bear market, it seems like. Really, I mean, since here, August 2025, we've been calling for 59.69% to hold. It could not here, it could not here, and it could not here. So, what do we want if you're a bull and you want a bull market to start? Maybe 59.69% to hold, and that'll be a major shift, price structure shift. I'm a simple man. That's what I look at, and that's something I'm watching in Confluence. Maybe that throwback to 69K. That again doesn't mean Bitcoin can't go up first. And actually, I would say it's more likely, since viewing Bitcoin dominance, to actually take these highs out. Bitcoin dominance can literally move up another 2% from here and then get the pullback. Regardless, though, this is setting up. You just need to hold the closing basis for 4 days. See that? Hold it and actually hold it, and you will break out. There's literally nothing but air on Bitcoin dominance. And even more important, there's a literal volatility setup brewing here. So that's good. And there's literally nothing but air. We just need to get the higher time frame closings. Right? You get maybe one more opportunity to position once a new biweekly actually forms, and that's just getting on a biweekly buy trigger. Could even look at that as a range, right? Like this has been in a range, so you could even draw like a little meme line if you wanted to. You could either do, yeah, I'd do this wick high, and you can say that maybe this is in a range breakout, or you could do it from the low. You can say, yeah, this is breaking out. Depends on how you want to draw it. It's all Jesus toast. I would do it at the high, and I would say that this is range breaking out. And so this just means that this is potentially in more posturing to break out. That simple. Oh, look at that. Back within the blue zone. 38.2% is literally near that 59.69%. Accurately, it's at 59.53. So Confluence on a throwback and maybe a little higher on this biweekly. This higher, little higher could mean we test a little up to around that 60.7%. What's stopping this biweekly from not testing the median? Well, nothing really. literally nothing. Now I can show what I just showed on the daily, right? And so the daily is actually looking like it wants expansion here. It just simply wants a throwback, higher low. So it's almost like maybe this daily pullback is an opportunity at the daily 5 still. Interesting. What was I looking at? All right, tether dominance. No, I was looking at Bitcoin dominance. So, right, we literally took a line from the high. We're viewing this as a breakout, and the daily, if as long as it's above 60.1%, will break out actually. That'll take us to 61.2%. Last time Bitcoin dominance tested 61.2% was literally when Bitcoin made its last monthly lower high at 83K. Hashtag maybe Bitcoin's monthly trend is lagging, and before September ends or starts, right? We're in September now, no? No, before August ends, my apologies, I'm American. Before August ends, we may actually get the trend shift. We may actually get that. Look at what occurred here. This was 83K on Bitcoin. So we'll keep watching. Next week, next month, really going to be set up prime. And I like that because it means that Bitcoin can really aggressively dump, in quotation marks, dump, and it still sets up massively for bulls. That's why I started this analysis by saying that I really believe we have a little more up. And then I believe into September, we're going to get a major move down. That's what's going to get bears extremely horny. We still have people calling for lower. We still have people calling for a macro lower high, which is technically accurate, but as I just showed on the 2-day, the daily, the 5-day, the weekly, the bi-weekly, there's too many things to just disregard. There's too many things to not potentially think the bottom isn't on Bitcoin. And so for that, you should not disregard all of those other things just based on monthly trend. That very well could be a trap. That very well could just be lagging. And something to really guide you on that is Solana's already done its macro trend. And we've seen Solana every cycle since its beginning kind of be a market leader. And it was a market leader last bull market. So why would we not look at that as potentially an accurate sign of data where, yeah, maybe Bitcoin is just lagging on its monthly trend shift? Regardless, watch the throwback scenario. I'm not aggressively shorting Bitcoin to 69K until 76,000 is lost. And even then, I'm not aggressively shorting Bitcoin. You don't have an aggressive short rule above daily EMA 100. What's nice about this perspective too is the daily EMA 100 never got tested. And I hope everyone's aware this always gets tested. And this always makes it such a beautiful drop. Like it always drops multiple thousands of dollars to test the daily EMA 100, which always, every time in a bull market, does always get tested. Go to your own chart, go to your daily, go to the bear market or the bull market, look at the correlation between the daily EMA 100, and just let me know if you want to be bearish above it or bullish above it. And it's hashtag bullish above it. Look at this massive breakout. Never tested it. And then you did test it. It went on a multi-$1,000 drop. And this is when everyone was calling for the top. And then this is literally was the literal opportunity zone. You had one time to position, and that was the beginning of a major, epic, insane rally all the way up to 126,000 off your daily EMA 100. So really understand, if anyone's saying you can't get a pullback, that's a lie. You're actually more primed statistically to have a pullback, and that pullback should be a major opportunity zone. Pay attention to 69,000, watch very carefully 76,000, and really understand what I mentioned greatly, which was your bi-weekly. This is what's going to guide us on a bottom. And despite maybe a lower high forming, there's many things that are saying, well, as long as the 5 and the 9 hold on the bi-weekly, get a retest and hold, the bottom isn't on Bitcoin, and that means that we can accurately call a spot to buy with full conviction, and that's really rare, honestly. And the fact that it is right by a cycle high literally is kind of giving you confluence of that idea that this is a good conviction spot. So that's all I have on Bitcoin, crypto as a whole. Really fast, it just came to my mind. I want to look at total. And I want to go to the weekly really fast. So weekly SMA 200 got the reclaim. I'd like to see that tested. You can see weekly is actually in a breakout on total. You're in a weekly buy trigger. total's a little more loose. You can definitely drop and get these retests, absolutely. And that's why I'd really like to see at minimum that weekly 9 test at 2.33 and or the SMA 200 as it's moving up. But wow, what an insane setup. We were watching for this SMA 200 to reject, and it just short squeezed and now got back within the blue zone. Something you were unable to do since December. No, I'm lying. Um, Latest one, I guess, was here in July. All right, no, top of the blue zone. My God, let's see. Top side, Alex. We like top. Give me top. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, yeah, I mean, since August 2025 is when you lost the top. But that did actually take you all the way up to the next zone, which would, yeah, I guess, oh, you already hit it 50%. So, really, I mean, total even is gearing up for a pullback here, and that pullback could lead to a literal buy trigger and or a nice retest, and that just correlates to a beautiful monthly 5 retest. So, no matter how you look at it, Bitcoin looks pretty bottom to me. It looks like this isn't the spot to be too aggressive with longs or shorts. Really pay attention to your daily trend. Understand, I'm still in the camp that we're probably going to get a free move until the daily trend shift. That's just literally like $1,800 more than the high. Watch the daily 5 giving you the spring. Once 83K is hit and the trend has shifted, you're literally so happy. Trading becomes easy. I think September will be an insane market to trade, because what I see is you're going to get something like this that's going to give you a like 12% pullback that then is going to result into maybe even like a 30% busting action move all the way up to around 90 to 95K. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. I'm very interested to see what Mr. Arjano Mexicano has to say.
Alrighty. Let me share my screen. It'll subscribe this Coke Zero. Very refreshing. Alrighty. Let's see my screen sharing. It is indeed. Okie dokie. So daily momentum is now starting to flip down, approaching the edge of the bullish control zone, with momentum taking out all of these previous lows, while price is still making a closing higher low from this low here at $77,000. So that is putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, which is currently going to require a closure over $81,255 to confirm. And if it does confirm, it gives you a move into somewhere around like 84 to 86,000 on confirmation. Excuse me. And what else we got? Let me zoom out. And plus, we have price action being away from the 5 EMA for a long time. And whenever it does get these busting action moves and it stays away from the 5, it does like to get reconnect with the 5 before it gets your continuation. Let's make this indicator disappear for a second, and then we can see how this were to play out. And it's the same to the downside, where you get the dumping action moves. You're really far away from the 5, and then it ends up going kind of sideways, reconnects with that 5, and then you go lower. Here it is to the upside. You coming back to the 5. You like to go to that 5 and then continue upwards off of the 5. But the more similar setup is going to be in October or November of 2024. So let's go all the way back to then. Here's that setup here, where we got the busting action. We went kind of sideways and up. There's the meme vertical accumulation. Came back to the 5, and then from that 5 you got your next busting action. You went sideways and up a little bit, vertical accumulation. You came to the 5, and then from the 5 you got your next busting action. And from there, when you lost the 5, you came down towards the 9. You front ran the 21 a little bit, and then from there you were riding that 5 and 9 again with the vertical accumulation up. Let's go back. Now that 5 EMA currently sits at around $77,369. Very nice number. And this doesn't necessarily say that's going to come all the way down to $77,300. But what this could also do is come very close to this area and then could get bought up. And then this would drag the 5 EMA into price action, which is what happened in that first initial busting action, where you went towards in late 2024. My bad. Let me go back to it, where you came very close to the 5, and then the price action pulled the 5 EMA into price action. Dokily. And now let's also make this appear. Our good old friend, the moon faces. We have a bare moon that is now just about to finish playing out. The moons do have an average of 14, or not an average, but a literal move of 14 bars from one moon to the next moon, because it is half a month. And if you were to take it from this bare moon, appeared right over here, and take it towards the bull moon, which was right over here, this was 14 bars, and then the bull moon appeared on the 15th bar. Let's find another example. Bare moon into the bull moon. Bare moon appeared here. Bull moon appeared in after this one. This was 15 bars, so after 14 bars, and then the 15th bar was the next moon. So if you were to take it from this bare moon where we had right over here, how many bars has it been now? We are on the 14th bar. So on the, after today's daily close, on this next daily open, we are going to have that bull moon appear, and that's happening right as we're getting that move into the 5 EMA, as we're getting our bull moon. Very cool. And that bull moon, the moon actually for us is going to be around September. I mean, not September, August 28th. But for the chart, it's going to appear a little bit before the actual moon is going to appear on the chart after today's daily close. Coolio. And bring this on now. Alrighty. And go back to November of 2024. Something else I want to point out is in November of 2024, when you, let me make the HPDR disappear for a second here. When you got towards the top end of this band, this is where you got your reconnect with the 55, and then you got busting action again. You didn't quite reach the top end again. You didn't reach the top end really at all during this cycle. Even when you went towards new all-time highs, you didn't hit the top end. The top band was really only hit on the initial busting action move, and from there you reconnected with the 5 EMA, and then from there you got your next busting action off of that 5. And right now we came towards that top band. We got a rejection from the top band, and now we're going to come down towards the 5. We're around that 77.3 area, and then this should take us towards our next busting action towards somewhere around that top band again. And this is going to continue going up with every single close. Right now it's at around 81.5. This next close is probably going to be somewhere around like 82 to possibly 83,000. Okie dokie. Make the HPDR come back now. And make this disappear. And go back to November of 2024 and look at the HPDR. And November of 2024, here it is. We got that busting action move that took us over. Initially, we got the rejection of the 38.2%, slight rejection. And then we opened above and we went towards the 61.8%. We went a little sideways at that 61.8%. Then we caught up with the 5 EMA, and then we had our busting action in towards the 88.3%. And let's go back into the current price action. Current price action has gotten to move towards the 88.3%. Now you're coming back down towards the 5, and the 88.3% has moved currently towards just below 85,000 at 84,700. Okie dokie. Go to the 12 hour. 12 hours currently flipped down. 12 hours putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows. So when price was at $64,478, we are almost $14,000 above that number now, but we are taking out that low momentum. This is going to require a closure above 79,235 to confirm. But if it does confirm, it gives you a move to somewhere around 84 to 86,000. And off of the 12-hour, we currently do have that 12-hour 9 EMA setup where if you close over the 9, that does activate that long. You close over the 9, I believe, right around here, and then it does close with any closure below the 9. But any move into the 9 is an adding point into that long. And as of right now, we are getting a move perfectly into that 9, right around $77,600. Our low is exactly at $77,634, and as long as we don't get closures below this 9, this would be an adding spot to that toward that long. And as of what I like to see is that the 9 is lining up beautifully with the median. So that also does tell you that if you continue closing over the 9 and the median, that gives you a move into the 38.2%, which would be a nice addition into the long right at this 9 EMA. And the 38.2% is sitting just below $80,000 at $79,700. At this point, if you were to tap this number again, you probably would get that breakout of busting action towards that 82 to 84-ish number. And you also would have that hidden bullish divergence to support that. And that would confirm if you were to go back to this 38.2%. 8 hour also currently flipped down. 8 hours also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. 8 hours also currently bouncing off of the median, coming back to retest it after this close over, which took us to new rally highs. That's at around 77.6 as well. If you were to continue closing over that, it gives you a move into 79s again. Four hours trying to tick up here at the edge of the bearish control zone. Any divergence present, some hidden bullish divergence, slight between these 2 points, but this will need a close over 79,190 to confirm. So 27.3, it's a 5, and your 78.6 is a 77.3 as well, lining up with that daily 5 EMA. And also lines up with your 2 hour 55 and 78.6. Okie dokie. Today is giving you a fresh silver cross to the upside. Momentum is in the bullish control zone, with volatility also still expanding. You are putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence. It goes a little far back, but it is still there, and it will require a closure below $75,550 to confirm. If you do confirm, it gives you a move down to somewhere around $71,000 to $70,000. Okie dokie. Today is also still currently flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding. 3-day did give you a closure over the 61.8%, 2 closures over the 61.8%. You are finding a resistance at this 3-day 200 SMA right now, which is also at the 61.8%. So if you can clear that hurdle of the 200 SMA, this is what is standing between price and around that $84,000, $86,000 number. Let's compare this back to November of 2024. We got the initial move up into the slight closure over the 38.2%. That took us into the 50%, and then the next candle took us into the 78.6%. And right now we are at the 61.8%, and then the final busting action candle took us to 78.6. That is at 88,000, but I am front running that with my 86,000 level. Five-day currently also flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. Let me zoom in here. 5 days also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although it's a little difficult to confirm as of now. Plus 5 days giving you a fresh bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow. If you also got closure over the 38.2%. Where if you were to go back to November of 2024, you got that closure over the 38.2%. This took you into the 50%, and then from there the next candle based off of the 50% and went into the 61.8%, well into the 61.8%. So if you were to go into current price action now, we are currently slightly rejecting from the 50%, but if you can get a closure over that 50% area at $80,140, this brings you into your next level, which is currently around 86,000. Let's mark this off and see what this does. This 5-day pink over yellow. Did this one cross down? No, it did not. That's not a good one. This one is. Muy bien. Alright, and one more. There we go. And we went all the way back to 2015. So price was all the way down here. Really low levels. Alrighty. 15%, 15.8%. I thought it would be pretty crazy, but yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Alrighty, make sure this is correct. Let's do it on the cross. There we go, makes sense. This was initially around 8%, around 10%, and then 40-ish percent, 40 to 50%, 35, and then 40-ish. Awesome. And here we go. 5%, about 9%, lines up with that 10% number. And currently, how much have we seen? We've seen about 28% so far. So if you were to run this to about 35 to 45%, 35% brings us to about 85,600, and 40 to 45% brings us to 40% brings us to about 88,000, and 45% brings us to about 92,000, 91,000. Very interesting. Alrighty. Also, 6 days pointed up. Also, you're getting a fresh bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow on that one as well. And also, let me zoom in. You did get a closure over your 38.2%, and you are once again over the 38.2%. That is at 77,500. Let's go back into November of 2024. On this candle, you didn't get the closure, but then this next one took you not only over the 38.2%, but took you over the 50% and the 61.8%. As of right now, the 61.8% is at $88,000. Front where you would have my TP front running that area around $86,000. And what else? Weekly is also very close to giving you that bullish cross. Weekly is also flipped up. Weekly is expanding from 0% volatility. Weekly is finding some resistance around this 55 EMA and 38.2%, around $78,000 to $80,000. Once you can clear $80,000 resistance, this is probably going to teleport to somewhere around 86,000. And that would then take out your last major macro lower high at that 82,800 level. 2 week is breaking into that 38.2% with 2 week momentum breaking out of the bearish control zone, putting in bullish divergence. This will confirm bullish divergence with any closure over $67,000. And as of now, you're also over the 55, which is at 77,850. And if you can close over 38.2%, this likely will bring you in towards the wherever the median is at that time, which is probably going to move down. But right now, it's at around 89,700. If you were to go back into November of 2024 and see how that looked at that point. right over here in late 2024, where you made your way back into the 38.2%. You did have a lower high at the 38.2%, just like you did over here. And then you made a lower low and a slightly lower low, and then you made your way back into the 38.2%. And from there, let's see, where you went into the 38.2%, you just basically kind of got a free ride towards the top of the 38.2%. It didn't really even stop at all at the median. The median right now is at about $79,000. It did change, it did go down, but it was initially at 38.2%. It was initially at around $107,000, $108,000. Then when it touched it, it was around $98,000. So it did go down by like $8,000 or $9,000. So right now the 38.2% is sitting at 117. So maybe it goes down by $8,000, $10,000, somewhere around that $107,000 area. And if you do remember that, that is the number that would invalidate the 6-month bearish divergence, is $107,180. Very interesting. And also, you're also putting in bullish divergence on the jewel, and you're also losing the sell signal here, very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. Because last time your last 82,000 lower high was a rejection of the bearish control zone. On this one, you're likely going to break out. Monthly also exiting the bearish control zone about 5 days from confirming that exit of the bearish control zone. Monthly did give you a slight rejection of your bottom 38.2% at $81,500. That is to be expected. If you do close over the monthly 21, that will be a very significant change, basically marking the end of this bear market, because not only will we be back over the monthly 9, we're also going to be back over the monthly 21. This is the area where your 82.8 area 82.8 rejection came from, was from that monthly 21 and monthly 9. If you can get back over both of them, that's not really going to make much of a difference, or it's not going to matter that much that you rejected the 38.2. And more likely this is just going to continue busting up after that closure. We do got 5 days and 9 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And the monthly jewel is now losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone. The last time that this happened was in January of 2023, December to January of 2023, when the bear market ended. It's very significant to have the monthly jewel flip around in the bearish control zone. This only ever happens whenever the bear market ends. This happened here in March of 2019, as price went from around $3,000 to $14,000 or $13,000 to $14,000. Okie dokie. And quarterly is also above the 5 and the 9. Now we check. Oh, we check Tether now. Tether is about to get a move into the 5 after being away from it for a long time. We're about to get that reconnect, just like Bitcoin. Tether is starting to flip up on the daily, with the volatility starting to contract, and you're losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone. We came towards the 95%. Let's go towards November of 2024. Oops. Alrighty, November. Here we go. You came down towards 97.5%. You got a bounce into the 5, and then you continued going down. Went slightly higher towards almost the 9, and then you continued going down and lower. Let's go back into current. $12 hours also flipped up. 12 hours not putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Volatility is at 0%. And you are currently rejecting the 12-hour 9 and the 12-hour median. And there's also that 12-hour setup to the downside, where you close below the 12-hour 9, and then it does close the short after, or you get closures back above the 9. And every move into the 9 is an add. And currently you are rejecting the 9 and you are rejecting the median. And if it just does close like this, you will likely sweep these current lows somewhere around 6.8%. At that point, you're probably going to come to like 6.7 to 6.6. 8 hours also slightly below the median. You close in about 11 minutes. So if this does close below the median, then you're likely going to get another test of this 38.2%. And at that point, you probably will sweep the low. There's some bullish divergence appearing here. Four hours also flipped up, also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. 4 hour, I believe, did get a closure over the 38.2%. So far, you're getting a rejection of the 61.8. Two-day got closure below the 200 SMA, and now you are rejecting the 200 SMA. You got about 8 hours left to go, which is an eternity. And when you lost here, you retested it several times, then you went further down. Mm, 5 days still flipped down. Weekly still flipped down. Two weeks still flipped down. We got bearish divergence also. See, the last time you lost 38.2%. Here you went down towards the 78.6. That's sitting at 5.6. Here in late 2023, you lost it here, and then that took you below the 50% as well. And that right now is at 6.7. Alrighty. And monthly also below 38.2%. Let's go back to this level here. You lost it from this one, then you got a retest and down. Alrighty, now let's check out RSI. Daily is putting in some possibility of bullish divergence, but this is going to require a closure over 7.218% to confirm, and that gives you a move into 7.44 to 7.5%. Yeah, right around this region here. $12 hours also, actually, is it? Yeah, 12 hours also putting in, I believe, this closes at 6.981, 6.93. Yeah, so there's also some possibility of bullish divergence here. That it's also going to require a closure over 7.218% to confirm. 8 hour has confirmed bullish divergence. You have you're close to hitting the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. That is at 7.12. Four-hour also has bullish divergence. Neutral zone is at 7.08. Six days got multiple drives of bearish divergence. Bearish control zone at 7.01. Weekly's also got bearish divergence. Bearish control zones at 6.64%. Monthly's got a local top. Neutral zone is at 6.38%. Quarterly is putting in bearish divergence also. This will confirm with any closure below 6.764%. Actually, this one here, 6.971%, and that will give you a move into 5.12% on confirmation. Daily putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, going to require a closure over 81,255 to confirm. It gives you a move into, you're already in the critical zone, so nothing, can't do anything with that. 12-hour also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. Will confirm with any closure over 79,575. Already in the critical zone. 8-hour currently has bearish divergence, very close to the bearish bullish control zone. That sits at 77.2 and close to entering a double extreme on volatility now. 6 hours got bearish divergence. You've hit the bullish control zone. 4 hours got bearish divergence. Neutral zone is at 77.5. Your low is around 77.6 so far. Alrighty. Today is putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Going to require a closure below 75,550 to confirm. 5-day also putting in that possibility, but 5 days is going to require a closure below 62,489 to confirm. And bullish control zone is currently sitting at 77.3. That also lines up with the daily 5 EMA. 6 days got fresh multiple drives of bullish divergence. 6 day also did close back over the 55. You have been below the 55 ever since price was over $100,000 or like $110-ish thousand. You lost to 55 here, and then you came back to retest it at this 98,000 lower high, and from ever since there you've been below it. So closing back over that 55 with bullish divergence is very significant, and that is going to be active as long as you're closing over 62,850, plus you're getting volatility expanding from 0%, and the bullish control zone is currently sitting just around $80,000 at 79,900. Alrighty. Weekly also has bullish divergence. Weekly's bullish control zone is at around $84,400, $84,500. Lining up with the 86,000 zone. 2-week also putting in that bullish divergence, lower low, higher low. Bullish control zone is currently sitting around $101,000, but it is a pretty high time frame, so, and it will update. Let me change this look back. Make sure it's correct. Yeah, it should be at 50. There we go. And now there we go. Monthly is now populating a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, and that will confirm with any closure over $74,000, and that will give us a move into the bullish control zone, which is currently around $111,000. This level will update, but this is also a monthly time frame, so that is going to be a pretty powerful move. Quarterly still got active bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $114,000. And the most bearish aspect of the high time frames is that the 6 months still has active 3 drives of bearish divergence, and that generally would target the 21 EMA, which is currently sitting around $45,000. But it is going to rise with every single close, and this will invalidate with any closure over $107,200. The $107,000 number comes up again. Very important area. Check momentum. Start with Tether. Tether is currently flipped up and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 6.85%. Getting very close into getting into that daily 5. Also could get one of those moves where it just rejects here and then pulls the 5 into price. And what else? 12 hours also up as long as you're closing over 6.83%. 8 hours also up as long as you're closing over 6.81%. 4 hours also up as long as you're closing over 6.92%. Now you're putting in hidden bearish divergence possible. 2 days flip down as long as you're closing below 8.19%, rejecting the bullish control zone. 5 days flip down as long as you're closing below 8.24%. 3 days down as long as you're closing below 7.59%. 6 days down as long as you're closing below 8.37% with volatility expanding. Weekly is also flipped down with bearish divergence, drip of death, and volatility expanding from below 15% as long as you're closing below 8.24%. 2 week is also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.91% with volatility close to expanding. Monthly also flipped down with macro bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.22%. Quarterly still flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Okie Bitcoin is currently flipped down on the daily, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below $80,200. On the 12-hour, it is flipped down as long as you're closing below $80,400. Now we did get that move to the 9, and the daily hasn't quite gotten the move into the 5 yet. 8 hours also basically fully contracted on volatility, and momentum is flipped down as long as you're closing below 80,450, and you're not putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. 4 hours also flipped down. You did get a fresh closure, but I think it was below the 200 SMA. I mean 21 EMA, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $79,250. And the 2 to 2 hours also freshly flipped down as long as you're closing below 78,350. Got a fresh silver cross here to the downside, and you are flipped down as long as you're closing below 78,200. Today is currently still flipped up with the volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about 64,950, so about $65,000. And let's see, 3 days also still flipped up as long as you're closing over 71,500. And you are right at that meme line here on the 3 day. It's slightly closed back above, and now ideally you will turn this previously what was this massive resistance here into support towards the next meme line at that $86,000 level. 5 days currently still flipped up with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,600. 6 days still flipped up with volatility expanding from 0% in derp of life, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,000. Weekly is also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,700. 2 week is currently also flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $60,500. monthly is currently also flipped up and very close to confirming monthly momentum flipping up, and this will confirm upwards momentum with any closure over $65,750. And this does flip back up. This will be the first time monthly momentum has flipped back up from the critical zone since around early 2023, and that was when our bear market ended. And also, this will invalidate your downside monthly volatility setup, and then volatility will start contracting. And since it expanded to the downside, it likely will contract to the upside, and then you'll be looking for another volatility setup once it goes below 15% again, and then it's possible that could be your bull market, or maybe you get a sweep of these lows. Depending on what flavor your bias is, we'll have the bias at that point. But with when volatility goes down, where the pivot is, and then that'll tell us which way it's likely going to start expanding again. But as of now, if this does flip back up, this will invalidate this downside setup, or confirm back up because it's already flipped up. And this price action would have to dump around like $13,000 to keep this from confirming upwards momentum. We've seen some crazier things than $13,000 down in about 6 days, but unless that happens, then this will flip up, and this will be a pretty big change in structure. This, along with closing back over the 9 EMA, will basically be all there is yet to confirm that the bear market is over and we're in a new bull cycle. Not necessarily just straight up and onto new all-time highs from there. Maybe we do something like in early 2023 where we do some fucking around and then we bust up towards the end of the year. Maybe that's possibly what could be happening. Who knows? But as of right now, we're all eyes are on this monthly close. And we do want to see that monthly 9 get closed back over, and then from there, there's no arguments left to be made for the bear market. And on the low time frames, I do want to see that reconnect with the daily 5, whether it's going to be pulling the 5 into price action, or we're going to go a little bit lower towards 77.3, somewhere around low 77s. That is yet to be determined. But whenever we get that retest, also we've retested the 12-hour 9 off of that 12-hour 9 setup. That should be good enough to go for the next busting action move. But if we do start to lose $76,000, then that does put into question this rally. And I do think at that point we're going to come down to test somewhere around low $70,000 to high 69s, and that is going to be the line of the sand for bulls to hold that area, or this entire thing is probably going to get retrace, and then the bear thesis is going to play out that this is just a macro lower high, because we haven't taken out $83,000 yet. But we do have to see what happens right now with that 76,000 area. If we do come down to test that with a loss of currently right now the 12-hour 9, but the 12-hour 9 is currently holding. So as long as that does hold, then the bias is going to be up from there.
This is why technical analysis people are easy to fool. Isn't that the first consolidation that goes down? The entire time we've had these beautiful consolidations that go up. This is the first time that we've gotten one that goes down like these. And if you're just a technical analysis guy, that's bearish. But if you're a Bitcoin guy, that's bullish.
That's true.
That's what I like about this. Because if it was going to be an asshole trap right now, so close to this price, because the price, like literally, look how close we are. None of the other traps in August have ever gotten this close to breaking through the upside here. So, what a mysterious thing that he just went really close so that everyone can put their shorts right here. And yeah, it's consolidating down, dude. Look, I know technical analysis. Low, high, lower low, lower high. What's next? A lower low, buddy. Come on, we know this. It's just a shame it doesn't work this way.
Even that 69K is your mid-range on your channel.
Yeah, right here, 68,200. What I could, like I told you on the message, I consider that the biggest trap. Like, at least I would play these two scenarios. Number one, let's pretend we're in an uptrend, right? Let's pretend that we're effectively going into like a next run towards the upside. Number one, everyone here has been baited to short because you got a lower high. That's number one, right? So everyone here is shorting. The pretty lady, the dumb pretty lady, let's call it that, is openly shorting this. Retards on my timeline that are very upset that couldn't get on. Actually, I'm sorry. Retards on my timeline are bearish, but they bought the bottom. That's what's crazy about them. And they also shorted the top. So they're just bearish. They're shorting here, but they bought the bottom, which is incredible. That's how smart everyone is on X. But all of those guys are shorting this. So what we had discussed is this, and then fuck you, right? This would make every bear person go, haha. But the problem is they would make money here. You're muted.
Yeah, no, literally, it would be the perfect trap. And then the smart ones who short now, de-risk a little bit. Oh my God, they're going to be insufferable once we actually reach 69K.
100%. But now think about it. Like, that's great. But here's the thing. If there are spot buyers right now, people that are sidelined, they love to get in right here, right? Because they're sidelined, dude. Like, you didn't buy this, you didn't buy this, you did not buy this, and now price is up here. So if you're sidelined, all of us, everyone in technical analysis is saying $69,000 will be the place where you add. So here's where you have, let me give you another scenario. What if bait shorts into tomorrow? They get a small move here. They all keep their shorts because they're thinking, dude, it's going to go here. Round trip to a new high down here, up here. And all the people I wanted to get in here because they've been waiting for the long are like, well, dude, fuck me. I'm going to Grant Cardone this and start averaging up here. And from there, you actually get the down move, maybe not to 70, but like to 72 perhaps. And then from there, you can run up. I feel like this move would be the most fucky of all.
The bear market, we were making very hindsight monthly retests of the moving averages and rejecting hard. So in that scenario, you could just say you just test your monthly 34 basically and just move up. Reclaims it, tests it.
At 73.
Yeah, but keeps moving up right now. Maybe even opens September on a move up.
Yeah.
Could see it for sure.
I like to play all scenarios because the thing is, everyone now is a fan of the 4-year cycle. Because now, do you agree that the only thing that bears have in mind and their only argument is, well, there's a trap every 4 years that happens in August, right? That's the only argument. Well, it happens every 4 years, but every 4 years, once you reclaim the daily SMA 200, it's over. Every single, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
every single 4 years, you have that bearish divergence on the weekly and price divergence, bullish divergence. It's over. Like, you have all these things that repeat themselves that are telling you it's over. And we talked about this nonstop. Salamis broke the downtrend. Ethereum broke the downtrend. I believe in even XRP. Even XRP broke the downtrend. The only one that's not doing it is Bitcoin because people are just looking at this. But once again, and that's my favorite point, bear market goes up, right? Bull market comes down. Bull market comes down. It's because this thing is a piece of shit. It does the opposite. You already did it here, and it's giving you like a prime. Look at this weekly toppy looking fucking weekly candle in the middle of the week, at the beginning of the week, with 4 days still to go, rejecting right at the average, painting like this beautiful top candle. Dude, let's short it. Let's go. It's a lower high. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
And at least for me, if we don't even get the pullback, that's why the 2-day SMA 200 at 86K for me will just determine up only. If you get back above there, we're in up only, and more aggressive.
Yeah.
That's just generally the 86K was a big spot for Bitcoin. But then the 2-day SMA 200 characteristic is gets above, you just enter an up only market.
Well, you're also like looking at the SMA 200 in the right way. That's the way to go. But what's your warning right here? You lost the 100 right here and you retested it right here, right? On the 2-day. Once you lose the 100, I'm sorry. Once you lose the 100, you tested it here in March. But once you're deep into the bear market, once you reclaim it, that's it. It's up only.
I see. So you could front run it with the 100 is what you're basically saying.
You absolutely can.
Yeah, and that's
You
true.
never tested it again after like March, hold that area. You go down into it. And once you did, it's over. And then you continue to go up. There's so many of those scenarios, like things that you can see in higher time frames. I believe the 5-day?
And see, that's interesting because the 2 days right at your 72K mark is the EMA 100.
What? I can't remember which one it was. There's another one that's very clear. I guess I'll go through the charts. But yeah, I mean, again, to me, this was the first time that you broke that rule in a bear market, time-wise. Like, that was the first time. And then again, is it a 4-year cycle for Bitcoin or is it a monetary policy cycle? And it seems to me like it's a monetary policy cycle with Bitcoin. That would explain why it's going to continue to run. And to be honest with you, I still think this is going to do this. Let's go new high, like up here, and then actually really collapse. This scenario to me makes way more sense than everyone that got. Why? Because it's going to move up to here real quick. Like, you're talking about getting here by next summer. And people are going to think, dude, it's the mega super cycle. We're going to 1 million. And that's good enough to take everyone. And now, if we do that, I do think even 35 is still open for like to play. Because then you're going to get a massive, nothing plays the way that it should play in economics, right? Like, Michael Berry was like 2 years ahead of the short, that he was like, dude, everyone's going bankrupt. All these notes are like fucking underwater. The banks are underwater. And they were supposed to break the moment he started the short. That's why he started it. And it took him almost 3 years, basically, of being like, why is nothing breaking when everyone's breaking? Because this shit happens whenever they feel like it. There's going to be a point in every single major crisis, every single one. And I showed you the interest rates coming down. The interest rates come down aggressively. That means that's a bull market for bonds. This is the one chart I never can get tired of showing you. Bonds are at an not all-time low, but local lows like in 20 years. This is the price of bonds. Like, imagine Ray Dalio in Bitcoin. Let's pretend this is Bitcoin at $60,000 telling you don't buy Bitcoin, because that's what he's doing with this, except Bitcoin at least had a low, like an uptrend like a month ago. This is a 20-year low. The last low is right here, July 2007. When bonds go up, you get major crisis. When bonds go up, that was 2020, by the way. This is 2007. This is the dot-com bubble. When you go down when you go up in bonds and bonds become like attractive, when they go up, that's when you get, at first, the first move. That's when you get mega crisis. And the reason why is simple. People are buying bonds, but banks are buying bonds. On paper, the Genius Act makes all of them buy bonds. Everyone's going to buy bonds. This is why Scott Bessent came out and said, like, oh, we're going to buy $1 trillion a bond. They're getting everyone ready, but not telling them how it's happening. They're just front running this. And when this goes up, it should break the crypto market too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's a super 8-year cycle and we're going to go into 4 years of up only. I do think the market's going to break with everything else.
And it's just gonna be super aggressive and super fast.
Yeah,
And we
I
are kind of seeing a little bit of that already with Bitcoin. It's a massive weekly green dildo.
and now on the quarterly, you have the lowest volatility on bonds that you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, this chart's always insane. It always just gets more crazier because it looks like it's grinding out price divergence, bullish price structure at that low. But then, yeah, now seeing that volatility.
And
even
look at the MACD. It's never been this low before. Never. Like I mean, this is crazy. So you got growth all these years. It's the opposite now. Now it's going to be the fuck you moment, I think. That's why I just want to say that I'm not perma bullish and going to stay here forever. And I think it's a 4-year another cycle. I think this is going to fuck everyone. And that's why they're telling you right now, what's the biggest narrative? The dollar is going to collapse. The interest rates are going to go higher. The interest rates, let me show you the interest rates, just to repeat this. They're making everyone think they're going to go higher. They went from here to here, and now you're going to go higher. Is that not the same with Bitcoin when you were at 126? Oh, we're going to go 100%, 133, 137, 150 at the very least.
Oh, yeah. Guaranteed talking. It's dangerous talking.
So that's what they're doing right now. They're telling you guaranteed interest rates are going to go up. And the last time on this chart, on the 30-year yield that was here, was the first time 2006 and the second time summer of 2007. And then you had a red candle that lasted on the double top. That's when it came down. And this was the top of the stock market for it was the top of the stock market for like 4 years. That was 2008. It started like it reached the top in 2007, but no one was alive then.
Which is right when the 10-year started to bounce right in that region, in that same spot that we're currently
Yeah,
at.
it's identical. I mean, it's fucking identical. So, yeah. I mean, I like the narratives. It like goes with everything, you know? It's like those people that really believe that Trump. By the way, what happened with the Trump premium subscription thing for $150,000? Why are you not subscribed to Trump's tweets right now and you just get him on your RSS feed if he's giving you so much help with all of his tweets, right? What I'm saying is they're bullshitting everyone, and no one understands that. So it's a
even if
thing.
this is even half true, it means that really then we're not going to be in a boring market for the next year and a half.
Oh, no, it's going to be amazing because you get a huge up and then a huge down, dude.
And this next leg up, if we even at all test the highs, is going to be absurdly aggressive.
Yes.
To a degree that's stupid.
Yes. Because that'll make everyone go, there's no way this is ever coming down. Like the economy's going to shit. I have less money than ever. There's bankruptcies left and right. And the market just keeps going up and crypto keeps going up. Like this is never going to come down. You get everyone to FOMO in. When do people FOMO in? At the top. And then you fucking take him to Chinatown and fuck him in the ass in an alley. That's how it works.
We couldn't have
With or without lube?
Oh, without. It's got to be rough.
Yeah.
I see.
It's got to be rough. Just saying. I think if I combine all of those things together, and it's impossible to time it, right? But at least we'll know when they tell us it cannot come down, and then our parents or our uncles or someone that's completely out of the market's calling you like, should I buy Bitcoin? You fucking bail. And that's that. And they got to call, and then they got to promise you higher highs. That's when we bail. Because that seems to be working.
And like we really did catch October well. So even if we do this, the move up, like this will be an insane opportunity, honestly.
Yes.
Like, very
for everyone.
Yeah, for everyone, truly. And this next leg up will be more aggressive than the drawn out multiple months, years even it took to get to the 126 high, could make the high in 6 months.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think it's going to get to 100 grand like aggressively fast.
And remember last time it hit 100 grand, that really is what sparked, like, it was already moving past once we broke 69K, but once you hit 100K, it was doing multiple digits every day until you reach that 126.
Yeah.
Very fast.
And the point is, you got to feel so much FOMO and you got to believe that price can go way higher. So in order for that to happen, right? Because if you're just guessing at 100 grand, I'm going to invest so that I can sell at 120. That's a 20%, 30% gain. I'm not going to do that. But dude, it's going so fast up, it's probably going to go to 250. Then, yeah. And before it goes down, what does Bitcoin do? It doesn't do a lower high. You just wait and get a new high and then it goes down.
Literally. If you just view it on like a quarterly, that's exactly what it'll do, which will mean it'll just take its all-time high out fast. Yeah. And even just recently did it. Yeah, even that last high, it took out that one. I was shorting it on the monthly, I remember, and it's kind of like what was happening now. Very tight stop loss, was trapping bears, looked like it was lower highing, and it said, fuck you, took out the high and then dumped.
Yeah. In a way, if you look at this pattern with this candle, it's kind of like if you see it backwards, the same. Like what's happening here.
Yeah, literally.
That's what I would assume would be the worst case scenario. Because we're at the end. Like people are running out of money. This is what I was telling you at first. If all the companies start to sell a lot less items, a lot less, which is what's happening right now, how can they report good earnings? I don't know what they're doing and how people are buying more than AI shit. It's impossible. Like this is deflation. It's just not for some reason, the big fund that owns all the money, that owns the Federal Reserve, blah, 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 that owns all these public companies because they're all public and they're all in the same market and funded by the same money. They're all doing the same thing. They're putting prices up for no reason, even though their demand is in the shithole. Like, if no one's buying our fucking shit at ETA, would you raise the price or would you lower it?
No, definitely lower it.
It makes no sense what they're doing. Like, you're at the final stage. It's just you got to break people. So it's got to, and I don't know if it's going to be a year, 2 years, because in order to break people, you really, really, really take some time. It really takes some time. It's not like, oh, I'm struggling a little bit. People got like, you need to start getting phone calls from your parents, from your friends, from your anyone. And he's like, dude, I had to close my business, like literally not making any money. Everyone right now, it's still like going into debt, putting shit on the credit card and thinking, you know what, in a year, shit will be better. They need to break those people.
Last month, I had to pay my parents' business rent because they didn't make enough to pay it.
Yeah, so so for example, that's happening to a lot of boomers, but they're invested in the stock market. And I'm seeing it directly with a few where their business is in the shithole, but their stock accounts are so high that they're like, oh, it's going to be fine. I can handle it. But they won't.
And like think of the psychology this will do too if markets do another high or even push up more.
Yeah.
And then just everything collapses.
And then that's it. Because on the last cycle in 2008, all of the wealth was stored in the housing business. In 2026, it's all in the stock market, dude. So you break the wealth effect and that's it. You're done. Like that's the end. And then you go into a massive recession because we are in a massive recession. It's not normal what we're seeing. Hope you guys know. It's just people think that a recession has like babies exploding and people bleeding on the street, crawling, almost dead, right? Like they think it's a horrendous scenario. It's just, are you in credit card debt up to your fucking toes, up to your neck? Yes. Is everybody you know saying, dude, we don't have money for anything. Even though we make the most money we've ever made, we can't buy anything? Yes. Our business is struggling. Yes. Our bigger business is taking all of their business. Yes. That's a recession. So when we go back and look at it, they're going to be like, oh, we were in a recession since 2023. and they're going to market like one of the largest ones in history. How deep will it go? It depends on how much they want to hold this, because it's breaking people already. It's just, I think it's a matter of another year or two before like the final bleed down.
And when they start saying we're in the biggest recession ever, it's probably when we're probably out of it or towards.
That's when you buy. Yeah, that's how it works. Literally 15 days before or after, that's the bottom. That's it. It's really simple. Like, it legitimately simple as fuck. And also, bear markets have the biggest rips to the upside, right? And so you can short and you can go long. Go short when they tell you it's going to continue to go lower. Go long when people tell you it's going to continue to go lower. Go long when people tell you it's over. It's never going to go up. That's it. But just in and out until they admit there's a recession.
And honestly, this is a good example of like the psychology of it, because right now, if you go on CR, there's still a bunch of people like talking about lower. How bad would it be if Bitcoin dumped? Like, I'm not even seeing any real insanely stupid bullish sentiment yet. It's just people doubting the rally and talking about lower.
And there's not a single piece of good news that's making you look up and saying like the price is going to continue to go up. Not one.
Mm-mm.
There's not, like, they're not teasing the Clarity Act anymore. They're not like pushing every narrative or any sort of narrative that's bullish right now. No one is.
This isn't the Strait of Humas, or however you say it, opening up 50th time pump.
No, they don't even care at that point, right? So they broke them. The only people right now that have a narrative is the bears, because you did not take that high right here. And now they're experts in the 4-year cycle after they ignored it the whole time, and they're ignoring all the other things that the 4-year cycle is doing.
Find confidence until it matches your bias. I learned that one from Farhan. No, I'm just
kidding. And I'm seeing a lot of war news.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a ton. And they're putting also war news. They're putting they're telling you how houses, it's the worst time to like housing is like stalling big time. They're telling you that the credit event is going to come from the cars. They're putting all the bad shit right in front of you right now. AI bubble. There's not like bullish news at all.
I think there's even like bad news with banks too. I can't remember what, but there was something.
Dude, they got Ray Dalio coming out. I'll tell you what the bad news from the banks it is. They got Ray Dalio coming out telling you do not buy bonds at the bottom of the bond market, at the bottom of the fucking bond price, like market in 20 years. Incredible. Scott Bessent's coming out and saying we're going to inject liquidity, $1 trillion worth of buyback so that we can prop up the dollar because it's going to collapse. And also, we're going to announce an institution that's going to go bankrupt this week. That's what you're talking about, right? March 2023. That's when the banks were going bankrupt, according to everyone. It's the same thing, dude. It's identical. So there you boys have it. That's why I can't go along with everybody else saying that it's bottom's not in. I think it is. And this is going to be one of the craziest things we see. It's the blow off top before. And also, Farhano, and you tell me, because you're the Fibonacci guy in here. I'm sorry, Fibonacci guy. Oh my God. No, that's wow.
No, you were correct the first time.
No, you got it right. Where you talk about, I saw Crown did an interview with a guy called Fibo something. Fibo Swanee, some shit like that. And he said that every bull market has had like a top on whatever level on the Fibo on the fibs, and this one didn't. I can't remember what that level is, but I think we're going to go to that level to call it the end of that bull market.
Is it 1.618?
I believe so. Do you know? Where that is?
I don't. I didn't watch that one.
No, but can you pull a Fibonacci on the bigger trend and just like?
Is it on a monthly?
I would assume it's a monthly, or you can try a monthly and a 3 month. I'll tell you because I'll remember if you say it.
All right. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
My son's being a little bastard.
You can confirm this with the high on the previous cycle on not the 69,000, but I believe it's the $20,000. This one to this one, and see what level that is. I'm sorry, I'm using my chart like you're seeing it. The the high in December of 2017 at $20,000 with where was the top on 2021? That was valid. Yes. So we're looking for the same level on the fibs levels for this cycle.
Like this one. Low. You came to the 361.8%. That was your top on the next bull market. And now let's take it from this one, this high, to this low at $15,500. This one took you to the 161. So 161 seems to be the minimum target. 1.618. And let's take that from this high. Take it to this low at $58,000. We got 1.618 at $168,000, and then the 2.618 is at $236,000, and then the one that we hit in that 361 in this cycle, that is at around $300,000. I think I saw thumbnail said something around $290,000. I think it was.
That would be crazy. I would think it's the 170, but I actually can't remember seeing the 300. I thought it was like 180.
This would be more meme-like, because it would be right around $169,000. That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, that'd be very memeable.
Let me try it also on like a weekly.
And also 2 times 3 would be 20 to 60, and then 69, let's say 70 times 3, 210. So 180, 210, some shit like that.
So close to that 169.
On the weekly would have our next level at around 155, and then about 209.
So Grok tells me, that the extensions and targets in prior bull runs, they were talking about, on the video you're talking about, is the 195 to 209K zone.
All right, that to me that's where we're going.
Which is the retracement, including the 61.8 and the golden pocket. So yeah, I think it's basically what Byron mentioned, like that 195 to 209 zone.
So that's what I'll be targeting on this, because I feel like the movie's not done. That's why it was a weak bull market in a way.
Mm-hmm. And
like
then the final one is the violent one.
Yeah, this is like the actual blow off top moment that we're gonna get, and we should get there quick. That's what I think.
And that last leg up too is what alts did absolutely insane stuff.
Yeah,
they got the masses in on that last leg up on Bitcoin.
Well, there's an odd thing going on in the NFT world where, like, literally it's like heating up for no reason. There's no reason whatsoever, but people are like starting to buy like crazy ones, floors, like big projects. I don't understand why. I take it as a big gauge that there is going to be continuation to the upside. And honestly, the NFT thing has really worked for me in my analysis. As weird as it sounds. So
I remember, what was it, right before Bitcoin broke out, you had said something about the NFT market. You always say it before a major move happens. It always helps you, actually. I remember you had sold a few months ago when I was in Mexico City, you had sold those NFTs or something. That's when Bitcoin had moved massively down. So you
It
are right.
was
All I'm saying is, I'm telling you, yeah, you've so far been pretty right on the NFTs helping with Bitcoin's price action.
because
Honestly,
somehow the NFTs before and then Bitcoin follows. I
Plus,
don't understand why.
I think
Really
in
odd.
the last like 2 weeks or so, there was like a really big bored ape whale that capitulated like 34 or 35 apes
Yeah, dude. Something's happening for sure.
at a huge loss.
yeah, I
Yeah.
read that.
And
It's
then
like
there was someone yesterday or 2 days ago that just like swiped with $500,000, like all these projects. So it's just interesting because he does play with it. So I'll just stay on top of this bullshit. Seems pretty good. Either way. Thank you guys. Thank you. I sent you already on the chat what's next. Sorry it took so long. Perdonen a todos lo que tomó esto, pero quería simplemente poder darnos una buena vuelta con esto. Ok, les voy a enseñar rapidísimo y vamos a ver esto en putiza, vamos a ver los impromedios y les voy a explicar un poco la psicología del por qué la gente cree que seguimos en un mercado bajista en el ciclo de 4 años. Porque analizándolo técnicamente es cuando caes en el problema de Bitcoin. Lo que sabemos en este canal es simplemente que no puedes analizar técnicamente a la regla Bitcoin porque no funciona así. Y ahora vamos a entrar en ello. Yo creo que vamos a empezar con la mensual, porque en la mensual hemos tenido básicamente después de este alto, bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo y un alto más bajo. Literalmente la gente está diciendo, pues güey, está siguiendo la tendencia y es por lo que estamos viendo a Bitcoin simplemente continuar eso y esto está haciendo un alto más bajo para después hacer un bajo más bajo, es lo que seguiría por el librito. Si nos vamos a la de 2 semanas, todavía les da un poco igual de razón, ¿no? Puedes ver el alto acá, justamente el último que viste, tienes tu bajo más bajo, básicamente acá, solamente para que lo puedan notar. Alto, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, deberías de ser un bajo más bajo. Esto es lo que todo el mundo se está basando en cuando voltean y dicen, güey, Bitcoin es bajista y va a continuar para abajo, ¿no? Sobre todo porque en agosto hemos tenido estos pumps y estos pumps son muy normales en agosto. La cosa es, y ahora llevándolos a la semanal para que lo vean todavía más de cerca, en la semanal pueden ver exactamente lo que dice la gente, ¿no? Veniste hasta acá para después hacer un bajo, un alto más bajo y ahora con 4 días que quedan te están poniendo una vela topera, te está diciendo perfectamente, ven y hazme un corto. Cuando puedes ver que aquí recuerdan el fervor y cómo todo el mundo estaba emocionadísimo y decían, güey, el Clarity Act y ya cambiamos de tendencia y todo. Y el hijo de puta de Bitcoin no te dio esta claridad que te está dando aquí con una vela topera, según esto. Y puedes ver lo rápido y fuerte que subió. Si lo analizamos de la forma, de la forma en análisis técnico puro y duro, esa gente debería tener razón. ¿Ok? Debería de continuar para abajo. Otra vez, aquí en este canal sabemos que así no es como funciona Bitcoin. Ahorita les voy a enseñar por qué. La siguiente cosa que también podemos analizar es en cuándo ocurre esto, ¿no? Normalmente en los ciclos bajistas de Bitcoin tenemos un pump en los meses hasta agosto que puedes ver aquí, ¿no? De aquí a agosto y de ahí baja y tienes tu último mercado bajista. Perfecto. Después también puedes ver el mercado del 2018, ¿no? Porque recuerden que la gente se volvió experta en el ciclo de 4 años apenas, no cuando esto ocurrió. En ese entonces tienes tu bajo y tienes tu pompazo en julio, que fue julio, y de ahí bajó, no hizo bajos nuevos, sino que los hizo hasta noviembre. Y solamente por esto están validando que el ciclo de 4 años continúa funcionando. ¿Ok? Ok. En lo que todo el mundo dice eso y están validando el ciclo de 4 años, solamente por eso, porque todos los agostos, según ellos, tienes un pump. Vamos a poner esto en mejor contexto. Los voy a llevar a la diaria, voy a poner mis promedios y me voy a meter a esconder todos menos mi promedio del 200, mi SMI 200, ¿ok? 200 sesiones lento. Esto es la primera cosa que todo el mundo está ignorando en todos estos ciclos de 4 años. Pueden ver que aquí, perdón, retomamos el promedio del 200 con esta subida en agosto. Cuando vamos al ciclo del 2022, ¿no? Tienes toda la caída y no lo retomas hasta enero del 2023. Y una vez que lo retomaste, ya habías visto el fondo aquí. Bien, vamos al ciclo del 2018. En el 2018 pueden ver que tienes tu pump de julio, no retomas el SMA 200 hasta acá, hasta abril. Y ahí tienes el movimiento explosivo al alza. Entonces tienes ya aquí una diferencia grande con esos ciclos potente. Pero todavía hay más. Si los llevo a la semanal, no, es la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Y pongo todos mis promedios. Espérenme. ¿Ok? Y pongo todos mis hermosos promedios. En la de 2 semanas. Después de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, el amarillo y el naranja, acá, cuando subes por primera vez y cierras una semana por encima del promedio del 9 y el 5, una de estas velas de 2 semanas, te fuiste para arriba. Y ni siquiera puedes subir de esto en este ciclo del 2022, ya en la caída, ¿ok? Entonces, uno, lo pueden ver acá. En el 2018, tienes cruce plateado a la baja acá. La primera vela que recuperas el promedio del 5 y el 9, literalmente te indicó, vámonos al mercado alcista y nunca volviste a hacer un mínimo, ya lo habías visto. Otra cosa que siguen ignorando ellos, ¿ok? Bien. También el promedio del 100. Una vez que caes del promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas y lo vuelves a recuperar, que lo hicimos en marzo del 2023, el rojo, fue cuando subimos. En el 2018, una vez que recuperamos el promedio del 100, subimos. El promedio del 100 está en $68,000, está aquí abajo. ¿Ok? Para cerrar esta vela faltan 4 días. Literalmente tienen que esperar que pasen milagros en este momento para que eso ocurra. La otra cosa, el segundo cruce plateado del año, normalmente, que ya te dio uno aquí, que te llevó a los 82, también pone fin a estos mercados bajistas en todos los ciclos. Lo hizo en el 2018, en el 2022. En el 2022 tuviste tu cruce plateado aquí a la alza, no lo volviste a tener acá, ni tampoco acá, hasta acá. Están ignorando todo eso. Pero vamos a todavía una cosa fundamentalmente más grande que todo esto, ¿o no? No. Vamos a sencillamente hacer esto. Cada vez en ciclos de 4 años, en la semanal, donde tienes precio haciendo bajos a bajos más bajos y RSI haciendo bajos más altos, divergencia alcista ha sido el fin. Vamos a ver si es cierto. Ya literalmente lo único que queda aquí en este argumento, lo único. En este no tuviste una divergencia alcista, en este de acá. Pero no la tuviste y ya se fue para arriba con todo lo demás, aguantaste por encima del promedio del 200 tal cual. Acá en el, ¿cómo se llama? No, era ¿en cuál? En este. No, qué pendejo soy, este es el 2026. Tal cual como acabó el último mercado bajista con esta divergencia alcista en la semanal, acabó este. En la de 2 semanas estás viendo exactamente lo mismo, divergencia alcista, divergencia alcista. Y acá, en el 2018, no la tuviste. Pero tienes hay tantas cosas, una y otra, encima de esto, que se están ignorando en todos los ciclos. ¿Solamente por qué? Porque, güey, ¿sabes qué? No compré y estaba esperando precios más bajos. Entonces, sigo esperando más para abajo. Pero Alejandro, ¿qué pasa con la gente que tiene razón de acuerdo a las bases de análisis técnico? ¿No? ¿Qué es lo que pasa con ellos? Bien. Bitcoin en un mercado alcista consolida para abajo, una banderita para abajo. Bitcoin en un mercado alcista consolida para abajo. Antes de subir, baja. Antes de subir, baja. Cuando Bitcoin está en un mercado bajista, consolida para arriba. Bajos, bajos más altos, caída. Bajos para arriba. No, arriba, arriba quiere decir que vamos para abajo. Estás consolidando para abajo, padre. Como lo hiciste acá, como lo hiciste acá. No acá, no acá. Y eso nunca había pasado en ningún otro ciclo. En el 2022, con tu pump de junio, julio, agosto, consolidaste para arriba. Y ve lo lejos que quedaste del último mínimo. Aquí, del último alto. Aquí, ve lo lejos que quedaste. En el 2018, tienes la caída acá en junio, consolidas para arriba perfectamente, pum, 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 y de ahí caes, te rechaza y continúas cayendo. Estás consolidando para abajo. Y la fuerza que lleva esta vela de acá, lo rápido que lo hizo, es para que esa gente que no se metió no se pueda meter. ¿Cuándo te da estos velazos fuertes a la alza? Cuando se acaba el mercado bajista. Para que no te dé tiempo de comprar, empieces a estar en denial. Esto fue enero del 2023. Esto fue abril del 2019. Te da esos velazos fuertes verdes para que te quedes pensando, no, ahorita te va a rechazar como esto. Nunca habías tenido un alto así, con un alto más bajo tan cerca. Si sabes que a Bitcoin le gusta usar esto para atraer a cortos, ¿no? Porque lo que está haciendo es, ¿por qué no se llevó este alto? Si Bitcoin fuera a caer, güey, te llevas los altos. Es lo que hace que la gente piensa que va para arriba, que seguimos diciendo que no. Te llevas los altos, que es lo que hace que la gente se pierda, ¿no? Por eso, corto en 98, corto en 83. Esta vez no te los estás llevando. Ve la fuerza con la que subió. Con lo que subió, güey, ¿qué le costaba subir? Literalmente se quedó en $81,000. ¿Qué le costaba subir $2,000 más? Nada. Pero no lo hizo. ¿Por qué? Porque está invitando a toda la gente. Y ahorita, la otra cosa que tienen que ver es el sentimiento de toda la gente peleándose en X. Echándole la culpa fue Benjamin Cowen, fue la pendeja esta que está riquísima, fue el idiota este que me dijo, tú eres un puto porque crees que va a subir más, eres un pendejo, bla, bla, bla. ¿No? Todo el mundo peleándose. Eso es lo que pasa cada que vas para arriba. Pero Alejandro, Bitcoin no cayó lo que normalmente cae en un mercado alcista. Otra vez, si vemos la primera caída del año, al fondo de acá fue 32%. Relativamente hablando, solamente con el 2022, que por alguna razón todo el mundo sigue ocupando, es casi la mitad de la primera caída de 56%. Entonces me puedes contar lo que quieras y la historia que sea. El 2022 fue uno de los mercados bajistas más grandes que hemos tenido en la historia. Que todo el mundo se pasa por los huevos. O sea, esta mamada, el tope del 2021, para que lo entiendas, no lo superaste hasta el 2024. Y de ahí consolidaste para abajo, hasta el casi 2025. ¿Entienden? Esto que están viendo no es lo mismo. Ahora, aquí Aquí, ¿dónde se copió eso? Subieron intereses. Una agresiva y uno más suave. ¿Cuál fue el mercado alcista más bajista más cabrón? El donde lo subieron agresivamente. Pese a que todo el mundo piensa que los van a subir. No han subido intereses. ¿Ok? No han subido intereses. Por eso para mí es sencillo. Esto, yo creo que ya vimos el fondo. Eso es uno. Dos, el escenario más culero de lo que puede pasar de todo esto para todo el mundo, y tienen que pensarlo así, y lo pueden ver en cómo se está peleando la gente. Esto es, este comportamiento que está teniendo la gente en este momento donde se están peleando y la verga y vienen todos los del culo roto y tienen que sacar toda la mierda que pueden. Es porque la gente está frustrada porque no pudo comprar el fondo. Lo saben dentro de ellos. Por eso están emputados. Por eso están emputados. Ahora, puede que esté mal y vaya a volver a bajar. Güey, qué chingón. Me da lo mismo. Yo no estoy imputado con nadie, me vale verga, ¿no? Si ahorita estás en esta posición y crees que, güey, toda esta gente que está imputada tiene la razón, vende todo lo que compraste si ya compraste, güey. ¿No? Porque ve, está haciendo un bajo más bajo. Un alto más bajo. Lo que estás viendo aquí, lo que más dolor puede traer, no es, y les voy a dar lo que piensan Alex y Farhan ahora mismo, ¿ok? Hay dos puntos de vista. El primero es el de la diaria. Una corrección, porque además te lo está pintando perfecto, ve. Una corrección al promedio del 9, ¿no? A los 75 para dar continuación y llevarte los altos. E irte a 86, 87. Segundo escenario, una corrección a los 70, 69, que es un punto, tengo que dar esto de relación. El problema de esto, pueden ver acá, el tope del ciclo del 2021, que sería lo que todo el mundo rogaría a Jesús que les dé, ¿no? Que esto caiga a 69 y de ahí rebote a la alza. Eso sería lo que todo el mundo estaría esperando. El pedo de eso es que ahorita tienes esto que está invitando a todo el mundo a que le haga corto. Ven, carnal, ve el corto tan fácil que tienes. No vas a subir de esto. Súbete con nosotros al tren de los cortos. Vamos a ganar todo el dinero del mundo. Nos vamos a 69 y ponte tú que se fuera a dar ese caso. Todo el mundo en el tren del dinero en los cortos. Acá, los bajistas dirían, güey, ven, saldrían, se volverían inmamables. Y de ahí ellos se quedarían con su corto, no lo venderían porque acuérdate, en su mente vas a ir a nuevos mínimos. Y de ahí le haces un round trip y les quitas tu dinero. No. El problema de esa teoría es que le daría a mucha gente la oportunidad de comprar Bitcoin en spot aquí. Toda la gente que está de lado, habrían varios que dirían, ¿sabes qué, güey? Yo por si las flies voy a comprar en 69, ¿no? En 68, 65. Entonces, esta zona les daría dinero. El peor escenario es que esto haga esto y esto, porque no le da de comer a ninguno de los dos campos. A los traders que están haciéndole corto acá se los lleva a la verga y a los que no entraron también. Pero, güey, ¿qué pedo con toda la gente que tiene long? No hay tantos como ustedes creen, como te hacen pensar. No hay, la gente, si estuviera bien posicionada la gente, no estarían todos matándose en X en una batalla campal. Entonces, en la diaria tienes varias sopas de tu trade. Varias sopas. Tienes los 75 Porque aparte sería la culerada de Bitcoin, ¿no? Se lleva este mínimo justamente por tantito y se va para arriba. Los 75 si crees que estás en zona de long. O los 70 a 69 si crees que te va a dar esto para hacer un long. Ahora estás tú de, güey, yo quiero meter el tren del dinero del corto. Güey, aquí tienes tu stop, aquí arribita. En 81. Simplemente estás en 78. Sí, en 78. Agregas en 79 y en 80, güey. Y aquí te sales por cualquier cosa, porque pues va a caer a nuevos mínimos. Alex y Parham le dan más probabilidad a que subamos. Ahora, ¿qué puede marcar que estamos equivocados? Cárgate los 68 para abajo. Ya aquí para abajo, no mames. No hay más. ¿Por qué? La mensual va a cerrar ahorita, esta semana, en 5 días y 8 horas, para el fin de semana. Y la mensual, una vez que ha salido del promedio del 55, que es la línea naranja acá, en la mensual, por encima de, has visto ya el fondo. Y eso está en 64. El pedo en la mensual y lo que lo vuelve alcista en la mensual es que estando por arriba del promedio del 9 ya es alcista en nuestro sistema. Y eso está en 74. La otra cosa que te mega confirma un mercado alcista, cerrar por encima del 34, esta línea blanca que habías perdido, está en 73. Y tu promedio del 5 también, que lo consideramos alcista estando por arriba, está aquí. Lo único que lo está deteniendo es este 21, pero esa puede ser la trampita de la que estamos hablando para hacerte pensar que no vas a llevarte este máximo y seguir invitando a cortos por la mayor cantidad de tiempo posible. Y eventualmente dar ese movimiento. La otra cosa que tenemos que considerar es en nuestro trading de brujas, básicamente, ¿dónde están? Luna alcista, luna bajista. Viene una luna alcista mañana o pasado. Y eso normalmente marca fondo, fondo. Aquí falló. Fondo, fondo. Ya habías visto el fondo, ¿no? Y aquí falló. Solamente para tenerlo en mente. Ahí tienen Bitcoin. Perdón, teníamos que analizar esto porque hay muchísimo ruido, todos ustedes están preocupados. Y la otra cosa es la política monetaria, señores. Mi escenario, solamente para que lo puedan comprender y por qué pongo escenarios yo en mi análisis, porque los escenarios son los que me ayudan a mí a tener un plan por adelantado y quedarme en mi plan. Lo que literalmente pienso por lo que estamos viviendo en este momento es la razón por la que Bitcoin continúa a la alza es porque el ciclo no es de Bitcoin, es un ciclo de liquidez, es un ciclo de política monetaria. Y este ciclo de política monetaria continúa porque no subieron intereses, pero tampoco los bajaron. ¿Ok? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que mucha gente dijo, este no fue el mercado alcista que todos esperábamos. Creo que tienen razón. Creo que lo que vamos a ver es esto y aquí la caída. Y yo creo que vamos a llegar rápido a esto. ¿Qué tan alto? No sé. De nuevo, aquí estoy especulando, pero yo sí creo que vamos a ver el próximo año, en 2 años, la caída. No vamos a tener un ciclo de 4 años alcista. La razón por qué es por lo que están viendo con Tesla y todas esas mamadas y todo el mundo en bancarrota y la liquidez y sobre todo que van a bajar los intereses y los bonos van a subir de valor. Entonces voy a estar listo para salirme cuando vea que me están haciendo apuntar para arriba. Como ahorita en los bonos, ¿no? Este es cuánto vale la nota a 10 años, el bono a 10 años. Esto está en mínimos de hace 20 años, del 2007. Y cuando estás en mínimos y Ray Dalio te dice, güey, vende, porque va a ir más para abajo. Perdón, Ray Dalio, puedes ir a chingar a tu puta madre. Ahí es cuando va para arriba. Y puedes ver, está consolidando agresivamente en la manera más gata de todas, ¿no? Esta. ¿Y qué es lo que hace el bono antes de subir? Pff, baja para después reventar a todo y a la alza. Entonces, no voy a apostar en contra de esto. Cada que los bonos suben, tienen que ver esto. Esto de acá, julio del 2007, estuvo cerca del tope de la bolsa. Y el movimiento para arriba que dio hasta acá fue el mercado bajista del 2008. Este fondo que ven acá con este movimiento agresivo fue el 2020. Este de acá que ven es la caída de los .com. Este de acá va a ser una nueva caída. Veamos de qué. Y solamente recordándoles, esto no va a pasar de la noche a la mañana. Entonces tenemos un año, tal vez 2 años en lo que va a pasar, que es cuando espero sea la ventana de cripto para subir y salirte con paracaídas, aventarte del avión cuando esté arriba. Es lo que yo creo y el ciclo de Bitcoin se va a completar en ese entonces, en ese momento. Y ahí ya va a poder caer. Y ahí sí yo esperaría ver números pendejos en la bajada. Ahí sí, porque esa va a ser una caída enorme, enorme. Porque le están vendiendo lo contrario ahorita en los bonos y en todo lo demás. Alrighty, boys. I'm sorry, I'm ready. Who's next, Alex? Let's see. QFin. The fuck is that?
Investment.
It's like BLOFIN.
Yeah, it's like BLOFIN, but QFin. Finance, rental, leasing, financing. Yeah, terrible chart. In all honesty, I mean, really, this is not an investment zone. We've talked about this, like just because you're testing near a 52-week low or just the all-time low doesn't necessarily mean this is an investment opportunity. I'll be frank, whenever you get these kind of charts that are absolutely terrible, there's literally, it just looks terrible. You're solely running off of like fundamentals. This is a company you've done research on, you have confidence in if you're at all investing. Because right now the chart's saying this is in breakdown. We can go to the monthly and just view that perfectly here. You've literally been on a breakdown since July 2025, and this chart has only been down only. You've had 2 green months only, and that is what led to a lower high. You will notice that actually occurred right off the monthly silver cross. So essentially, this is solidifying the silver cross to the downside, the only silver cross to the downside you've ever had on this chart, really playing into the idea, yeah, this is weak. You really shouldn't be, an investor at these levels, in my opinion. Not really much indication saying this is going to stop from here. You can see once you really lost that $15.30 mark, really QFin just goes on a monumental move down all the way to $6. Now this trading at $9.40, well, really to me means that this still can go down much slower, 30 to 32%. If I guess you want to buy, you will have to buy the 52-week low. And that at least gives you a buy near the 100% HBDR range, which is at $5.58, so slightly lower. And or I guess you're not buying a 30% drop from this current point, closer to the 97.5, in between the 100% and 97.5%, basically. Last time you did hit the 100%, this chart QFIN did get a bounce. And when you do test near the 97.5%, I guess you do get a bounce as well. It really wasn't until here where you just simply could go down to the 97.5 and or 100% every single month, which plays into the idea this can go much lower. And even if it hits the 100%, doesn't mean, this is bottomed, this is good to go up. It just means it needs to, reset into the new month to maybe go lower. So for an investment, again, I'm not seeing anywhere to invest on this other than $5.58 to $6. If you truly need to invest in that, you're just playing the all-time low, and you're really running with some kind of scenario, which is, maybe you're going to retest it one more time and then move up. This $6.30 low was the low that took price all the way up to $45. But do not get it twisted. This is a trap if you're looking at that. The environments are completely different, and you can even see in this environment, you're extremely more weaker than even when you were stronger here, based on how the moving average have finally populated. Quarterly sell trigger, rejection off the, not quarterly, bi-monthly sell trigger, bi-monthly EMA 5 rejection, And you can see this bi-monthly is closing. So if this ends up actually closing under $15.30, this actually could be gearing up for a mean reversion bounce, lower high, and then the lower low break around 630. I would just really be on the camp. This is going to go lower. And only way to actually become bullish on this is get like that bi-monthly close above $17.60. Because then at that point, you're maybe actually weakening the silver cross and or minimum. You can potentially get a move up to the 21, $16.20 reclaimed. You can get a move up to the 21, which is about 27% move, but not under $15. So just be fully aware, like $15.20 is a major spot. You even have the monthly median there. And this is in a literal downtrend with a monthly lower high. So be fully aware this is extremely weak. QFIN is terrible. It should be actually called LFIN because it's just like a loser. And doesn't mean it can't bounce, but there's a many things that go like,
Oh boy. Oh boy. Mm.
Ay, Dios mío.
Huh?
Ay, Dios mío.
so my Wi-Fi was not
There you
actually
go.
on.
You're back.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just referencing like there's many better things to buy. $15 is the line in the sand, $15.20. And if you're under there, you're more likely to reach $6. If you're needing to buy something, I was using gold as only an example based on just like a monthly reclaim, right? There's many things better to buy than like QFIN. Should be actually named like Elfin because it's terrible. So that's all I have, really. Next spot is at least $6 to $5.50. That's maybe the investment zone. But like I said, you're only investing in this based on fundamentals because the TA on it is a dead chart. This is literally dead. So
Perfect. Thank you. All right. S&P 500 for a trade. I'll be quick with this one. Estás viendo QFIN en un gráfico mensual. Siempre decimos esto. Tienes tu IPO acá, tienes el primer mínimo, mámate esto. Tienes este segundo mínimo que aguantó y cerró por encima y ahora estás cayendo. Otra vez, regresando a esto. Tienes alto, bajo. Alto más, bueno, alto más bajo, bajo más alto, alto más alto. Y acá, en la primera caída que tuviste, mensualmente hablando, metió las manos. Caíste hasta acá y rebotó hasta acá. Caíste hasta acá y rebotó hasta acá. Esta vez, caíste, metió las manos acá en vez de aquí, en los $16. Aquí metió las manos en 11. E hiciste un alto más bajo. En vez de hacerlo en 28, lo hiciste en 17. Esta es una de esas tablas donde tienes que seguir análisis técnico. En Bitcoin, cuando les digo, no podemos seguir análisis técnico porque bla, 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 esto es lo que ocurre cada vez que Bitcoin baja. Bitcoin sabemos cómo funciona esa tabla. La entendemos y lo ha hecho una y otra vez. Esta tabla no tengo ni puta idea. Por eso no puedo darte una ventaja sobre nadie más. Lo que ves es un alto más alto y un bajo que se cogió todos estos bajos, todos. Y ahora está regresando a bajos del 2020. Como está regresando a bajos del 2020, tienes un cruce plateado en la baja mensual y estás viendo que está cayendo. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer? Güey, ¿por qué no compro aquí? Y ya, güey, como siempre tú le haces con tus locuras. De aquí al fondo de esto hay 32%. Lo que yo diría es, si tienes completo FOMO de esto y confías que no va a ir a bancarrota y que no va a caer más, porque todo puede caer hasta 99% y quedarse en la bolsa, yo empezaría a tal vez considerar comprar en estos mínimos, los de acá, los de los cierres, en 7.50. De ahí, si se llega a caer más, es un 16%. Puedes meterle en la mitad de eso otro 50%, o sea, empezar en los 7.80 y luego acá. Y yo diría, te llevas este mínimo, No sé qué tanto pueda caer. Puede continuar cayendo, o sea, literalmente a $2, güey. Esto es esto es muy riesgoso. Muy riesgoso. Muy riesgoso. No lo puedo repetir lo suficiente. ¿Qué es lo mejor que podrías hacer? Empezar a cerrar por encima del promedio del 9. Cuando caes en la mensual del promedio del 9, la línea azul, y una vez que cierras por encima de, es cuando empiezas a ver para arriba. ¿Ok? Cuando la cosa cambia. Y también que te llevaste el mínimo, cuando confirmas el mínimo. Tienes que confirmar un mínimo que probablemente sea por encima de esta vela, cerrar por encima acá. Ahorita está en $15. Antes de eso, meter las manos te va a costar un chingo de dinero. No se ve bien para que lo veas. El RSI no te está dando ni posibilidad de divergencia alcista, está más abajo que en todo. O sea, nada. No hay nada aquí que te diga, güey, por favor, mete las manos. No hay nada. ¿Ok? Perfecto. Mr. Farjano, Intel for a trade, INTC.
All right, let me share my screen. All right, we'll start with the weekly. Intel. This little bastard. There we go.
We're going to buy more Intel shares. People are going to love it. They love Intel.
They love Intel. I told everyone they need to buy. They bought the top. I sold my shares. I sold them all.
And then, by the way, you paid $150,000 for that advice.
Good luck, retards. I dumped my bag on you. That's the play. I get rich. You get
You
poor.
don't.
Okay, so on the weekly, momentum is starting to freshly flip back up after a pretty heavy downside. Let me go back into price, and price is getting a bounce off of the 97.5%. Let's go a little bit lower. 2-day also is currently flipped down, pretty heavy to the downside. 2 days giving you a fresh sell signal here, and you're getting a bounce also off of, I believe it's 78.6, actually the 88.3. And the 88.3% did move up towards about $89. Let's go into the daily. Dailies also had very extreme area to the downside, more likely than not an area of a bounce. And this will put in daily local bottom with any closure over $90.18. And zoom in on this. And you're freshly getting a bearish cross here, the pink crossing below the yellow. Although this is happening pretty low, so it's not going to be as powerful as if it happened up here. Alrighty, zoom in. This low is 89.96, and this low is 87. So this is a lower low on price, but a higher low on momentum, giving you possibility for 4-hour bullish divergence. And that will confirm with any closure over $88.18, and then that will give you a target in somewhere around $94. Okie dokie. Let's go into RSI. Intel Corporation. I'm going to start with a weekly real quick. Weekly's got a fresh drive of bearish divergence. You did confirm this on last week's close. Let me zoom in on this RSI. That gave you an easy target of the simple moving average. You did hit that. That's at $89.59. Next level is going to be the bearish control zone at $55. And you do have multiple drives of bearish divergence here. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. 3 would target the 21, but 4 is going to target the 55, right around like $72. It goes along with the weekly bearish divergence. Plus weekly is going into a double extreme now in volatility with the bearish divergence. 5 days also got bearish divergence, going to target $55. And you're very close, like a ball sack hair away from getting that 5 and 21 EMA set up, where the 5 is probably and one more close, going to cross below, get off, please. Cross below the 21, which is then going to give you a target down to the 55, which is currently sitting at $69. Very beautiful number. And I know it's not a time frame that we look at, but I just want to see the 4-day because I think it's probably already going to have crossed. And yeah, 4-day did give you that fresh cross, and that would give you the target towards the 55 at around $75. Okie dokie. Where's my RSI? There we go. I guess 3. It's weird. Recently, some time frames will just show me an error. It won't show me the RSI. They're the premium time frames. I guess this is how TradingView gets you to upgrade to their new ultra exclusive membership. Before, premium was the top one. And it doesn't even give you more bars of price data. That's the very, very, very shitty part. If you're going to pay more, at least give us more data. 2 days got multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 104.56. Next target is going to be around $83. Any move into somewhere around $90 is going to be a short. Fucking A. I guess I'm going to have to close it and bring it back up. Alrighty, invite only on pain. Nice. Now we can move it up. We'll move it up one more time. Move it up. There we go. So daily currently does have active hidden bearish divergence, and you're basically at the bearish control zone. Anywhere around $89 to $90 is a short. Let's go into the 4-hour. Any divergence here? No. 2-hour. 2 hours about to test the edge of the bearish control zone at $88. I'd say anywhere between $88 to $90 is going to be that short. And then the stop loss I'll put at this last, not this high, but this high here at around $93. If you want to be super, super safe, you could use around $98.25 because this is going to be quite a large move. That's going to be targeting towards $75. If we would take the risk at first the lower stop and then the higher stop. The lower stop would be this one here. This one was about $93. That's 2.3%. The safer stop is around 8% against you. $75 is around 16% in your favor. So that even at the worst stop would be 2-1. But if you were to take it to the other one, that $93, the last 4-hour high, so would still be slightly higher than the last 4-hour high, but that would be 3% against you in return for 15 to 16%. Pretty good, but let's check out momentum. Oopsies. Intel Corporation. Weekly is currently flipped down and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 105. 5 days flip down, it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 106. 3 days down as long as you're closing below 94.61. 2 days down freshly, rejecting the bearish control zone, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 95.76 with volatility about to start expanding. Daily is also flipped down with volatility expanding and a derp of death, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 93.80. And 4 hours flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 85.37. So yeah, the idea is shorting at around $90. That stop loss, I'd prefer to use the safer one at $98.21, and then from there I'd be targeting somewhere around $75. And I'm front running the $70 target by putting it at 75.
Well, that's crazy. Then just move the entry higher, right? Because otherwise you're fucking 80% invalidation. You may as well fucking use a 1x leverage, and that's ridiculous.
It's at 98.21, and the entry is $90.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's $90 right here. and then you go to 98, that's 8%. That's, yeah, almost 9%. That's crazy. When you say, just wait, see, if by any miracle of God you hit 95, that's when you short 98 with a 98 thing.
Yeah, I don't really see 8 or 9% as too much, to be honest.
Wow.
Because for
You are
16%,
fucking crazy. You like to play dangerous games, I see.
I guess I'm accustomed to a different type of market.
Yeah, fucking stocks, fucking boomer shit. Thank you. Intel, lo vamos a poner rápido en la semanal para que lo vean. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos? Una tendencia bajista, altos, bajos más altos, alto más alto, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. ¿Qué es lo que debería de seguir a todo esto? Puedes ver que la zona que más o menos está rompiendo es justamente este promedio del 21, la zona amarilla en los 94 y también coincide con este nivel en realidad, si lo ves acá, aquí, en 93.9. En esta caída, lo voy a poner en la diaria para que lo veas, puedes ver que tu promedio, tu promedio del 100 también está aquí, todavía no lo has retesteado, tienes tu promedio del 9 cayendo, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, cruce plateado te invita a hacerle corto cada que tocas el promedio del 9. Y aquí tienes varias sopas para esto. Uno, lo que dice Farhan, es simplemente en los básicamente 90, 91 dólares, entrar en corto. Aquí, el pedo es tu invalidación. Tu invalidación estaría aquí en 98.24. ¿Por qué no tomar nada más esta de acá en 92? Porque tiene más probabilidad de que se la lleve, ¿no? Entonces, aquí tienes este bajo, alto, bajo más alto, alto más alto, bajo más alto, alto más alto, pero ya te llevaste todo hasta acá. Entonces, estás pintando de nuevo una tendencia bajista. Esto simplemente es el tradicional sube para bajar y ahora deberías dar continuación a la bajada, pero de acuerdo a indicadores, a momentum y todo lo que tienes en este momento aquí, lo que tienes más probabilidades de continuar cayendo. Si vas a abrir tu trade, puedes usar 90, que es más o menos, ¿no? Por aquí, esta zona de que estarías cayéndote. Si estás viendo corta temporalidad, la zona de retesteo de la caída y continuar cayendo, y usar simplemente los 92 de invalidación. Este es el trade agresivo. El trade menos agresivo, pero no tiene tanto sentido en mi punto de ver, es entras en la misma chingadera en los 90 y lo invalidas con los 98. Lo que yo sugiero es más sencillo. Espérate a los 94, que es el promedio del 100 acá, e invalidarlo en los 98. Para que no te quede tan lejos el stop loss. Tienes el trade agresivo 90 con invalidación en 92, que es este tope 92.85. El mismo trade entrar en 90 con invalidación tranquila en los 98.30, pero es una invalidación de casi 9%. O si te da el trade, te lo da en los 94 para invalidar en los 98. Cualquiera de estas cosas es lo que tiene y todos son cortos. No vas a apostar en una tendencia bajista en un long ahorita y decir, lo voy a invalidar con esto porque simplemente puede continuar cayendo. Ese es el punto de esto. Ok, Alex, we're ready for your bullshit, which is a trade in the S&P 500.
Yeah, this was very straightforward, honestly. I mean, we had a little trend shift, in my opinion. We went down to the weekly 21, and then the only explanation there would be either a lower high or a new high. And so we got a new high. So now we're just on high or low watch. In my opinion, I think we should be watching just a weekly 9. That's been the nice spot. We've been actually lifting up every week since hitting it. Okay, yeah, we worked down to the 21, so we'll measure this one. This actually gave very impressive 3.7% bounce. We're at the weekly 5 now, and that is the aggressive spot to position, but I would be more inclined to be watching just the bottom 38.2%, weekly 9, even like this Jesus toast uptrend that we're just really visually showing, just simply the higher lows and or uptrend. I do believe if you can get entry, the entry should be at 7,000. like 600, 7,616. Your stop loss is the most important. You're simply running with the stop loss right under this breakout high. That's at 7,540. That gives you a very nice risk to reward under 1% risk, where then the TP can be right near these highs and or even the median for a 1.89% gain, risking less than or almost 1%. I do believe, though, right, if this is the weekly higher low retest, you actually could easily get a new high off this trade. Therefore, then it becomes even more juicy, giving you about a 2.9 risk to reward ratio. So visually, right, that's kind of what I'm watching for a trade. And just for the TA part of it, it's weekly trend, throwback, bottom 38.2% on the weekly has been holding. Weekly nine's been getting expansion. We're slightly under that median. So there's kind of like your bias and maybe why we won't get a new high until the higher low. And only way to actually flip long before that is get a closing basis above this breakdown high. Draw a meme line. Maybe the high is at 7,824. Get daily closures above that. All right, yeah, we're breaking out. We're most likely moving up to around 7,900. But until then, yeah, I still stand on this setup. I think this is valid. Good risk to reward, good stats, and you're playing uptrend. And look at weekly volatility. This is on the cusp of firing off, meaning you can easily get a new high at this point. Risk is doing well. I really don't see a reason to get too bearish on ES1. And even this trade kind of adheres to like a daily idea, which is really you should just be viewing that daily 34. That's kind of like going to diminish the sell, right? There's no sell trigger if you're holding a daily 34. You lose the 34, yes, you could move down to like 7,450. But until then, that kind of gives you good confluence, even if that weekly throwback, higher low, weekly 9, and entry around 7,600. So, yeah, that's all I have on ES1. Pretty straightforward and honestly looks pretty good, especially with the weekly volatility setup. Pretty insane, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was looking at that too. Maybe the Jackson Hole or NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is doing earnings today. So you know how people get excited about NVIDIA's earnings and then shit pumps or dumps as if NVIDIA meant everything else.
And NVIDIA has been dumping into earnings, which is a whole sign in itself. Because I really thought last week I'd get a new high on NVIDIA, on that NVIDIA trade. But hey, maybe it comes on good earnings. Who knows? We've been dumping in
Or
earnings.
bad earnings.
Or bad earnings. Yeah, true. Who knows?
Because it's fucking irrelevant.
Who knows?
All righty, boys. Well, you're done. Thank you so much for everything. Anything you'd like to say before you go? I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. Still same fucking bullshit range.
Not for me, aside from the full moon, which should appear at today's daily close. If you zoom out a little bit on the 2-day, it's already appeared, but on the daily, it should appear after today's close. And if you were to compare it alongside the pump from November of 2024, it actually, the same situation happened where you pumped massively right before the bull moon, and then you got the bull moon, and then you continued pumping some more.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, Bitcoin bounced 1.3% off its daily 5 test today. Plays into the idea it's not very weak, no reason to be shorting it. Watch for the trend shift on the monthly to occur and or just the range 76K to 84K. But yeah, I'm impressed. It bounced pretty nicely already. Wow, off just the 5. So most likely gets just a reconnect of that daily 5 with the wick low, which I'll just say has implications for the daily silver cross if we do at all test that daily 9. Which is near 76K. It's at 75,300 basically.
Yeah. All righty, boys. Well, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Muchas gracias, señores and cabrones. Hasta luego and buenas tardes. Coach Loco out.
See you boys on Viernes.
Thank you, Alex.
Finish!
Alguien le tiene que decir a Farhan lo de su micrófono y no voy a ser yo. Para el trade del SP500, aquí tienes una cosa bastante chingona. ¿Por qué? Tienes este alto, después de hacer bajos, un nuevo alto, y vas a hacer un nuevo bajo más alto. Y esta vela que tienes acá te acaba de firmar que va a bajar más que esta. O puede que esta haya sido ya el mínimo, ¿no? Esta semana lo sabrás. Si ves que tienes un cierre por encima de esta vela, este fue el mínimo y se te va a perder este trade. Pero tienes un promedio del 9 aquí abajo. No lo has retesteado en un rato. Estás en el promedio del 5. Literalmente llevas un mes, ¿no? Porque esto fue el 27 de julio y estamos a 26 de agosto. Hace un mes no tocas el promedio del 9. Entonces, lo que dice Alex, que tiene todo el sentido del mundo, es, esperemos que esto nos lleve a un bajo más bajo, aquí. No, bueno, a un bajo, ¿no? Porque haces alto, tienes que ser un bajo, que es un bajo más alto en general, simplemente siguiendo la tendencia porque esta vela ya rompió esto. Y te colocas en el promedio del 9. Y lo que haces es invalidar con esta vela en los 7,550, con el fondo de esta vela, 7,542. El promedio del 9 ahorita está en 7,624, ¿ok? Si te llevo ahí a la diaria, es colocarte entre el 34 y el 55 e invalidar justamente aquí en este mini gap que existe en 7,544. Esa sería la idea. Que esto te haga esto y aquí entre el 55 y el 34 que más o menos se dé este escenario. Tocaste el 55, acá lo reventaste con más fuerza, ahora vas a venir, no lo vas a tocar y usas de invalidación simplemente esto aquí y te pone en un trade de 1% de invalidación, lo que te deja, si sabes cómo usar invalidaciones, meterte y aventarte como gorda en tobogán, mi estimado. Ahí lo tienes. Tesla. Me habían preguntado Tesla. Un segundo, lo voy a hacer por acá. Vamos a hacer el amor. Güey, no hay ninguna canción que vaya así, te la acabas de inventar. Sí, así es. Así es, estamos en esas situaciones. Antes de que se fueran estos dones, nos dejaron con un mensaje de su sponsor. Si quieren comprar paletas heladas, güey, no es cierto. Con Bitcoin. Es un poco lo que les decía. Todo el mundo está esperando a que baje. Esta chingadera acaba. Ni siquiera tocó el promedio del 5 de este bajón en la diaria a donde estamos ahorita. Ya subió 1.5%. Recuerden que a final de cierre vamos a tener a Nvidia dando resultados y normalmente por alguna puta razón se les ocurre mover siempre el mercado después de Nvidia. Entonces, sea el movimiento que sea. Güey, ¿crees que va a subir o bajar Nvidia? No tengo ni puta idea. No tengo ni putísima idea. Recuerden que todo es mentira. Si te dan malos resultados y sube, como Oracle, es el tope. Si te dan buenos resultados y baja, es oportunidad para comprar en mi punto de vista. Tiene todo el sentido del mundo si te pones a pensar, pero a entrar en detalle no sabemos. Lo que estamos viendo es, no te metas en corto aquí, Bitcoin sigue con bastante fuerza, sobre todo cuando has visto que en la diaria no quiere ni siquiera tocar el puto promedio del 5 aquí. Entonces, no te metas en corto, simplemente espera las zonas si es que te las va a dar. No te quieras meter como gorda en tobogán aquí porque estás justamente en medio del rango, lo puedes ver si te pongo esto acá, la parte baja de esto, mámate, la parte alta de esto. Estás literalmente en medio del rango. Entonces, en realidad, ¿no? Vienes, pum, pum, pum. ¿Podrías hacer esto? Sí. ¿Tiene todo el sentido del mundo? Sí. Pero tiene mucho riesgo. ¿Cuál sería el riesgo cómo puedes mitigar este riesgo en este trade si te quieres entrar como perra desesperada? Y cada quien se mete como quiere a estos trades. Cierras esta vela hoy, tal cual como la ves ahorita, y pones tu stop loss en esta vela, porque si va a ser un nuevo bajo de eso quiere decir que continúa la tendencia bajista. Si llegas a ver que se lleva esa vela este alto, eso quiere decir que haya podido ser el fondo de este movimiento. Pero ahí va a estar cabrón. Nos dice algo más rápido. La tabla de 4 horas. Es que la tabla de 4 horas, lo que estás agarrándote es el 21 que no habías tocado y no habías conectado con desde el 19 de agosto. La línea amarilla, lo pueden ver acá. Te hizo como el fake out de no, güey, ya va a valer verga. Ni madres. Y el 34, que sería tu siguiente nivel de debilidad, que sería el siguiente punto de oportunidad, está aquí abajo en los 76,800. En lo que todo el mundo espera un pullback y que se vaya para abajo y todo el mundo shortea porque compró el fondo, pero aún así cree que van a shortear, pero va a bajar más. Y todas estas cosas que hicieron todos estos genios en X. Esto tiene cara de que no les va a dar chance a meterse. Como les he dicho, la situación más culera es que esto simplemente continúe subiendo, porque eso les va a quitar a muchos las ganas de seguir shorteando, y ahí es cuando probablemente por ahí de los 86, 89 te dé un pullback. Lo que yo diría también es, hay mucha gente que son excelentes traders, que estaban basándose en cómo va a llegar Bitcoin a ciertos puntos donde tiene que tocar, que siempre en todos los mercados bajistas ha tocado, que hemos visto en todo esto. Mi sugerencia, mi manera de ver esto, es lo que, para resumirlo un poco de lo que les he explicado todo hoy, es el problema de lo que estás viendo en este momento, el por qué no ha hecho lo mismo Bitcoin que hacen todos los mercados bajistas, es porque tienes continuación de la tendencia monetaria con la no subida de intereses, con la no bajada de intereses, ninguna de las dos cosas. Tienes continuación de política monetaria, por lo que tienes continuación del rally de Bitcoin que simplemente se extendió más, si lo quieres ver así. Y eso quiere decir que vamos a tocar, sean los 100, 120, 150, 180, lo que quieras, ¿no? Y eventualmente, cuando tengamos la caída, vamos a ir a todos los niveles que todos los traders muy vergas están volteando y diciendo, güey, no tocamos esto, algo es diferente. No es que haya cambiado y que nunca más lo va a volver a hacer. Lo que pasó es que no eh, tuviste una continuación en política monetaria, punto. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir que los niveles que te están platicando de, güey, debemos de ver esto y la chingada, probablemente los veamos después de esta continuación. Es un poco de, porque hay muchos traders muy vergas que no vieron los números que estaban esperando. Muy vergas. Y si alguien los entiende, soy yo. Hasta ahorita pueden recordarme todo, ahorita, todo. Sí, güey, pero tú hace 4 años. Perfecto, güey, qué chingón, ¿no? Nada de lo que he hecho bien en mi vida, porque esto es tan peor que mi vieja, güey. Nada de lo que he hecho en mi vida cuenta. Pero para todos ellos, para todos ustedes que son unas máquinas tremendas y que esta vez no les dio los mismos números porque no usan el trading de psicología, que es el más divertido de todos, en mi opinión. Si no les da los números que quieren, no se frustren, los va a dar después. Ese es mi punto de verlo. Eso es lo que yo creo en el fondo de mi corazón. Voy a apostar a ello, voy a apostar a lo que me dé el mercado y lo que me esté diciendo. Punto. Ok, Tesla. Vamos a ver Tesla para un tradecito, brother. El tradecito estaba acá, ¿recuerdan? En los 360. ¿Por qué? Porque era la zona de retesteo de este breakdown, justamente. Y les voy a ser franco, no entró mi trade. 367 y teníamos que hacer la invalidación fantasma, ¿recuerdan? Y la invalidación fantasma, la única zona que teníamos era más o menos esta, por este rechazo, por más o menos como rechazo, y que aguantó estos niveles y que aguantó este nivel. Eso era la única zona fantasma que tenía, nos dejó fuera en esta zona. ¿Va a continuar cayendo? Yo me imaginaría que sí, porque están vendiendo menos coches. Y aquí es donde yo no me estoy metiendo en un trade en Tesla. Yo no me estoy metiendo a especular en Tesla. Cuando yo vea que le digan a Elon Musk que es un pendejo y que yo te voy a decir cómo hacer las cosas, es cuando voy a comprar Tesla. Cuando vi el tope lógico, que fue cuando me salí de esta chingadera, en el tope lógico de Tesla, según yo, es acá, cuando todo el mundo me dijo que no podía bajar. El ruido en medio de todo eso es difícil discernir. Ahora tienes el promedio del 100 justamente acá en la semanal, en los 355. Si vamos a la diaria y nos enfocamos en los 355, esta zona, yo me atrevería y me rifaría, porque estás viendo, la semanal tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. El promedio del 9 lo está retesteando, está en 354, 355, tienes el promedio del 100 en 355. Si voy a la diaria, ¿dónde está mi 355? Aquí. Tu invalidación te queda un poco arriba en 366, pero es lo que yo esperaría. Que me des 355 en algún punto e invalidarlo aquí arriba. No está tan mal. Es un 3% invalidación y salirte ahí. ¿Te lo puede dar? No sé. Es como que empieza, después de hacer este bajo, vino a hacer tienes muchos más en medio de esto, ¿no? Tienes este alto, este bajo, más alto, tienes este alto, tienes este bajo, más alto, tienes este alto, más alto, este bajo, más alto. Que luego dicen, no, güey, es que no estás ni viendo esos. Pero en tendencia larga, bajo, alto, ¿qué tanto te podría dar de bajo? Yo imaginaría que aquí no te va a dar simplemente el putazo a la baja, ¿no? Ya te lo dio aquí, el primero. Esta vela fue agresivamente así porque no nos dejó, o sea, no dejó la lógica entrar, pueden verlo. Nos quedó por nada. Lo que yo esperaría es un retesteo de los 3.55 y usar esto de invalidación. Punto. Punto, punto, punto. 3.55 y usar los 3.66, 3.67 como punto de invalidación para salirme. Es lo que haría. ¿Seguiría en corto? Sí. Veo algo en Tesla que me diga que no debería estar en corto. Denme un segundo. No, apuntando a la baja con divergencias bajistas jugando. No que estas, pero sí que estas. ¿Qué me dices la semanal, Brody? La semanal, volatilidad apuntando para abajo con el RSI rechazando el promedio. Más para abajo. 2 semanas. 2 semanas está en neutral, diría, de acuerdo a lo que estoy leyendo acá. Para abajo en la mensual. Ya tuviste tu pompcillo en la mensual. La última hiciste el 55, el 100 apenas y lo tocaste. Yo creo vas a darte una vuelta al 100. Esto agrega un poco a lo que les estoy diciendo. El 21 fue lo que te rechazó acá. El siguiente nivel de corto, si llega a bajar y no te da entrada acá, 333. Plup, plup, plup. El pedo es que tu invalidación queda muy alta. Puedes encontrar una en la semanal o algo así. Pero es como se ve Tesla en estos momentos, Brody. Es MCI para invertir. Es MCI. Güey, esta mamada está primada para ello. Tienes aparte el RSI empezando a apuntar para arriba en la mensual. Tienes solamente esta semana para cerrar, nada mal. 2 semanas, bajo, alto, bajo. Un alto más bajo que, pero ¿saben qué? Ustedes saben que hay algo que me fascina, es ver todos estos promedios aquí. Simplemente oportunidad de agregar ya te la dio, creo, en este promedio del 100 en 33. Déjame ver. También tenías tu 34 que no lo habías podido romper. 9, 200. ¿Qué más tienes? Déjame saco el MACD. El MACD huevos. Nada, está jugando en un pendejo rango esta chingadera con esto verde. Semanal debajo del 200. Aquí vea, ya dónde estás ahorita en el precio que es aquí. Tienes tu SMA 200, la línea morada que viene aquí. Espérate a que rompa la alza, si es que lo va a hacer, y compra el retesteo del 200. Porque ya hiciste esto acá, estabas por encima. Compra el retesteo del 200 y puedes invalidarlo aquí. Si yo me voy a poner exquisito en dónde quiero comprar esta chingadera, lo haría en $32 hasta los 25, si es que me los da. Es que los datos de esta madre no aplican nada a lo que son hoy, por esto. Está jugando un rango, está jugando un juego muy pendejo, lo pueden ver, ¿no? Revienta esto a la alza y tienes probabilidades muy grandes de ir para arriba. Lo que tienes, que a mí me encanta, es todos tus promedios están aquí, güey. Esto o te va a llevar muy para arriba o muy para abajo. Pero ya llevas en un mercado bajista en esto desde el 2024. Yo le daría más preferencia a la alza. Sobre todo MACD está apuntando para arriba en este movimiento. La última vez que apuntó para arriba en este movimiento fue acá y te llevó de los 33 a los 63, estando por arriba del S&P 200. Lo que quieres es estar por arriba del histogram, que son las líneas de acá, y con esto apuntando para arriba. La mensual tienes divergencias alcistas en el histogram. Sí, yo creería que esto va más para arriba que para abajo. Además, tienes en todas las temporalidades tienes todos los promedios acá. Yo me iría con la semanal y es lo que te diría. Rompe el promedio del 200, la línea morada que viene acá. Subes, el retesteo es lo que compras. ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, si ahorita baja, ¿no? Lo único que haces es comprar aquí en 32, la primera posición, y la segunda en 25. Esta sería en donde yo posicionaría 2 veces. Y si quieres una invalidación, tienes esta de los 20, aunque creo que sería bastante choncha, digamos, porque promediarías más o menos por acá. Sí, 32%. Pero esto tiene mucha más pinta alcista que bajista, tío. Para invertir. Por el amor de Dios, dejen al petróleo. ¿Por qué no me creen? ¿Por qué no me creen? Vamos a ver, tenemos la tabla, tal cual como la dejamos, y adivinen qué, nos está rechazando esto. Esto es en la semanal. Una vez que el petróleo pierde ¿lo estás perdiendo? No, estás abajo aguantando ahí. Aquí esto es un volado, güey. No tienes... llegas a trades, te puedes meter en cualquier cosa. ¿Por qué el petróleo? Porque se mueve mucho. Si te estás metiendo en el petróleo porque se mueve mucho, vamos a usar entonces 8 horas. Tienes aquí un fondo marcado. El pedo es, deberías de estar entrando en long a venir a esta zona, ¿no? A corto plazo. Yo digo, corto en 85 con invalidación en 80 aquí. Va a seguir rangueando. Corto en 85. Te da una invalidación de 3%. La de 8 horas ahorita está intentando moverse para arriba, pero recuerda, si el RSI está apuntando para arriba, te puede rechazar tranquilamente el promedio, como lo ha hecho todo este tiempo. Tienes volatilidad que había estado expandiendo en esta caída, se está dando la vuelta, eso quiere decir que puede ser una corrección. 4 horas empujando para arriba, un cruce plateado, fondo. Todo esto te había tirado. Esto es una corrección, sí. Si te llega a dar acá los 85, simplemente usa esto de invalidación. Puedes usar los 86 o los 87. Yo usaría los 87, porque esta gatada puede hacer esto para continuar para abajo. Esto es a corto plazo. ¿Dónde pongo mi take profit? Si está haciendo un alto más bajo, yo diría un bajo más bajo, ¿no? Ese bajo más bajo lo tomaría en 78. Ahí es donde yo sacaría mi dinero, por esta zona, para que la veas. Soporte, soporte, pum, rechazo, rechazo, pum, para arriba. Ay, ve. Más confluencia. 78 es donde me llevaría mi take profit. En el petróleo. Kevin, buenos días. Todos hablando de una caída en Bitcoin en X. Deberíamos ir para arriba. Es exactamente eso. Sí, en los Bitcoins. El peor es que todo el mundo quiere que baje. Porque no entraron. No, es que yo me posicioné muy bien. ¿Qué vergas es TEDS? Y no dices para qué. Perfecto, no hay datos de eso. Exxon para invertir. No sé qué tan excelente idea sea ExxonMobil en este momento para invertir. ¿No tienes divergencias en nada en la semanal? ¿Qué me dices en la...? No, nada. Exxon, güey, habíamos visto esto. Para invertir en Exxon, quieres esperar este nivel, a que venga a retestear esto en los 123. Porque técnicamente hablando, esto es lo que fue resistencia, que después se debería de volver soporte. Y normalmente zonas que son importantes, que son resistencia por un rato, yo lo pondría a 119, 123, lo que tú quieras. Acá es donde vas a coincidir con tu promedio del 100 semanal, que es lo que te da una muy buena oportunidad. Esa sería la idea. Si es que te llega a dar eso. 120 y después 100 serían los niveles a tener en mente. ¿Cuánto es una caída eso de desde el tope? La primera, 30%. La segunda, 42%. En caídas grandes, ¿cuánto llega a caer ExxonMobil? ExxonMobil casi no cae tanto. 20%. ¿Cuánto cayó acá el 2014? Punto, algo así choncho. 70%. El peor es que en todo este paradigma, el petróleo ha estado subiendo, la energía en total. A ver, ¿qué pasó en el 2008? Eso es lo que yo creo que va a pasar con Exxon. 40%. Güey, 123 y luego tu otra posición en $100. Si promedias 110 vas a estar muy contento. TLT. Siempre preguntan, ¿no? Y esto es justamente lo que platicamos ahorita. Tienes TLT, que esto representa al bono, el valor del bono de 20 años. Estás en bajos que no habías visto desde el 2004. ¿Ok? ¿Vale la pena comprarlo? Sí, si eres paciente. Completamente. ¿Eres paciente? ¿Tienes ganas? Claro que sí. Aquí donde estás. ¿Dónde está? O sea, ve esto. El pedo de TLT. Yo compraría TLT apalancado para que veas. Porque esto, aunque suba a tope, te da solamente el doble de dinero. Déjame pregunto a mi confiable chat GPT. Is there an financial instrument like a leverage ETF to buy TLT? Un segundo. Ahí les va. UBT y TMF. Vamos a ver UBT primero. El pedo es que va a durar bastante tiempo. No sé qué tan riesgoso sea esto. Uf. ¿Y esta subida de acá qué sería? 440%. Suena muy divertido. Este es un 2X, VT. VT. No le estoy recomendando a nadie nada. Solamente digo, esto es para ustedes. Están locos, entonces ahí lo tienen. TMF, que es el más apalancado. TMF en bajos mega históricos. Recuerden, estos ETFs, como están apalancados, se están diluyendo a través del tiempo. Entonces, no van a subir hasta arriba. Pero ponte tú que te dé un buen movimiento por acá, a esta zona, es un 600%. TMF, TMF, si estás loco. TMF is basically what you're describing. It targets 300% of daily performance of the eyes. But there's no guarantee over the weeks, months, because TMF resets leverage daily. Compounding volatility decay can cause divergence. Sí, para no atorarte, ¿no? Si te quieres meter en algo así, UVT sería lo ideal. Esto no tiene ese tipo de dilución que tiene el otro. VT. U, B de burro y T de tetas, como los bitcoiners. De estas tablas que no tienes datos de ni vergas. ¿Cuánto ha caído Bloom Energy en el pasado? 90%. Uf. 80%. 47%. 35%. ¿Se pueden dar cuenta cuántos de ustedes están intentando invertir en cosas de energía? Y el pedo es que sí, probablemente la energía continúe subiendo, pero en realidad pónganse esto de tarea. ¿Qué pasa si Oclo y todas estas empresas que tienen mini reactores nucleares salen ya con sus prototipos, los sacan y cambian todo este juego? No me voy a meter en eso. Analizándolo técnicamente, cada que estás en el promedio del 34, es una excelente oportunidad. La última vez que tocaste el S&P 200 fue en abril del 2025, pero el precio no había explotado como ahorita. Y normalmente le gusta fondear por ahí. Yo diría que si vas a invertir en esto, invertir a largo plazo, simplemente espérate al descuento. ¿Por qué? Sigues en una tendencia bajista muy grande. Alto, bajo. Alto más bajo. ¿Qué te probaría que esto va para arriba? Que te revientes estos altos en los 253. Si no va a ser un bajo más bajo, yo digo que primer chance que valdría la pena está en los 134 y tu segundo en los 87. Aquí es donde me aviento un tirito. Para mí, esto, porque si lo veo solamente técnicamente hablando, todavía técnicamente hablando esto, en la semanal todavía no encuentras fondo. RSI no está haciendo nada que me diga que tienes una divergencia alcista o algo interesante acá, para nada. En realidad tienes una divergencia bajista gigante acá en la semanal. En la de 2 semanas todavía más grande. Sí, literalmente me quedo en donde estoy parado, sobre todo viéndolo así. Sí, puta madre. Totalmente. En los 134 y 87. Ahí es donde entro sabroso, acá y acá, en esto. En Bloom Energy. En lo que... buenos días, las alertas de trading son diarias. No son diarias porque no todos los días hay trades. No quieres comprar trades cuando quieras y tampoco están en la diaria, si es a lo que te refieres nada más. Elías, Alejandro, lo que comentas de que el tope de Bitcoin se puede ir a $170,000, ¿eso significa que nuestros proxies también romperían sus altos históricos? Sí. Es la idea. Si compraste, ponte tú. Y normalmente lo que hace cuando eres agresivo en estas mamadas, esto es MicroStrategy, ¿no? O Strategy. Strategy hizo el tope en noviembre del 2024, un año antes que lo hiciera Bitcoin. Si esto revienta aquí, esta línea para abajo, Strategy va a irse muy rápido, muy para arriba. Si es que es el plan y de verdad Bitcoin empieza a empujar con esa fuerza. Y lo mismo pasaría con Coinbase. Porque Strategy lo único que es son Bitcoins en una bóveda. Es lo único que es. Y un güey que dice puras mamadas. No, este trade de SpaceX que dicen que no cae, va a tomar tiempo, no te la va a tirar luego, luego, si no, no va a atrapar a nadie. Es mi punto de vista. ¿Qué opinas de que el director de la CIA fue a Moscú? ¿Se está cocinando el nuevo cisne negro? Sí, güey, las noticias te lo están diciendo. Ajá. Si hay algo que ustedes están leyendo en las noticias, quieren que ustedes lo vean. Entiendan eso. Y para que ustedes lleguen a conclusiones. Da completamente igual. Y con eso me largo. Lo que dicen de Bitcoin, ¿no? Que puede continuar para arriba. La semanal trae un setup de volatilidad a la alza, brother. Es cosa de que cierre, así lo confirme, y esto va a expandir y te va a dar un movimiento pesado a la alza cuando tienes el RSI haciendo lo que está haciendo. Se ve bien Bitcoin. Y lo mejor de todo es que les gusta cerrar la bolsa, dejar a tu pinche strategy aquí de mierda, en la mierda, dejar tu Coinbase aquí en la mierda, dejar tu Circle aquí en la mierda, cierra y Bitcoin sube. Eso es bueno, aunque no lo crean. Sé que no lo suena, pero lo es. En fin, es todo lo que vamos a ver el día de hoy. Gracias a todos los que vinieron a la clase del día de hoy. Vamos a continuar con esto y simplemente recuerda, si estás sintiendo presión, no puedes, no aguantas, güey, estás en muy buenas ganancias, puedes vender, tío. No te preocupes por intentar, no le tienes que, ¿cómo se dice? Mamonear nada a nadie, ¿ok? Que no te dé FOMO. Estar tranquilo es lo más importante de esto. Yo estoy poniendo dinero me vale verga, ¿no? En esto y es lo que me ayuda muchísimo a que no me mueva nada. Y es como debes de hacer esto. Si estás estresado, no vale la pena el estrés, carnal. No vale la pena el estrés, llévate tus ganancias y luego es otra oportunidad sencilla. Con eso los dejo. Me voy a chingar a mi puta madre. No, a comer en realidad. Les mando un abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. 8 de la mañana. Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin.